Ой, боже. Угу. Let's see what we can start off with today's stream as everybody, as my humble audience gathers around. Okay, so let me see. I'm gonna look up the web page. Okay, I'm gonna look up stuff for us right now. Let me see. Oh yeah. Yes, that's right, Fido.
You're very welcome.
Oh, why not? We can see people's reaction to it as well. I so enjoy watching people's reactions to events. Not so. Ever since I took Fido to the apartment, he became so much more vocal. He became such a vocal dog. No co? Chodź, Fido, chodź do mnie. Chodź, Fido, chodź. No chodź. I feel like maybe first I should give you my opinions on what's going on with the Russia negotiation crap, and then I'll watch other people's reactions to it. Not sorry you died. Secret talks between from 3 hours ago. Yep, we're gonna watch that as well. Apparently not much has happened yet within those talks, so we don't really have super much to bite into. What is President Sunday watching? Hold on. What's President Sunday up to? So many viewers as well. What is he doing?
Yeah, that's a weird one. I don't know where that. I feel like that would have come out earlier. Not necessarily. I'm just curious. His video of racism against Indians because he's calling it out. Player appears to go first.
Who's he talking to? Brooks? I assume.
A girlfriend, and the video didn't say that, but what it's clear the video has done and Trash Discourse has done is not engage with my arguments, is not engage
I'm not a big fan of this guy.
in my content, and has used some.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you the browser. I'm gonna show you the browser. There you go, it's already on. I'm not a big fan of the Cavendish guy. I didn't mean President Sunday, I mean the Cavendish person. Hello, Emily S. So I'm not a big fan of this dude.
Avenue to find criticism of me, and has just like referenced.
He's made some bizarre argument about Ireland, about him wanting to reunite Ireland, whether people wanted it or not. That's just weird, very strange.
A lot of that criticism without any context. So I'm going to get into it a bit more deeper. But this person references that I apparently embarrassed my girlfriend in front of all my followers. So immediately, if you're watching a video and someone says that about a creator you know,
his girlfriend chimed in as a fan and he talked over her a bit. That's different though. Like you can think that that's not cool, which is fair. But there's a difference between, like, for example, like hogging screen time when your girlfriend's on stream. And then the implication here is that he's belittling her, right? because when you say he embarrasses his girlfriend on stream, my immediate thought is, oh, he makes like demeaning remarks that implicate her or something.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Oh wow.
And you're thinking, oh damn, I didn't know
Incredible.
the Cavanacle.
Or acts like a dismissive way. Like people not successfully like sharing the mic
I so do not.
is not what I think of when I think of embarrasses like a significant other on stream.
Wow.
Was shitty to his
Incredible.
girlfriend. Like he's probably like one of those streamers who like is terrible to a girlfriend on stream.
Yeah.
True.
What this person is
You
actually
are.
referring to is some criticism I got on my Taylor Swift video of my girlfriend where I would interrupt her. And you can go in the comments of that video and people have said it. And I look back and I admit that I did do it. I just got a bit too excited having this fun debate. And I accept
my
the
God.
criticism. And then we made another video about us turning 30 and the format was completely different.
Sunday hogs the mic when he talks to Aiko. Yeah, but that's because Aiko's terrifying. If I don't do that, Aiko will destroy me physically. Do not give Aiko an inch. She is a force to be feared.
It was just like a sit down kind of interview where we both spoke at like length and then passed it around to each
Yeah,
other.
okay. I've had enough of this. Special election, Hexif doubles down on work. Oh god, yeah, Venezuela. I'm planning to talk about the Venezuela boat thing. It's crazy. The boat thing is crazy. Who's live right now? Alec Gunther debating Loner Box Live about Israel-Palestine. Oh, wait, right now? That's happening right... Wait, hold on. Who's this? About Bible guy debates? Oh boy. Oh, someone's playing solo leveling. Alec, I should debate Alec
You're
Gunter.
learning, you're starting to like just talk to them without them being able to hear you.
Where's the debate?
It's good.
I want to. That's because
They're gonna come after drain, not work with hard.
So they were pretty good.
Where's...
They weren't wanting to get rehabilitated. They just
way too simplistic. The problem when it comes to Palestinians is despite the fact that they have always had legitimate grievances, if it emerged that they had a
debate.
Jewish grandparent, they were in trouble, right? Stop doing this. Stop. I don't know why. He doesn't care about fucking World War II or the Holocaust or anything like that. He doesn't care about it. Stop using fucking history as this. I don't know why. Like to him, I guess, because he brings up the Holocaust more often than most people I know. I hope he gets this message. Because I would hate to see the day if he ends up doing more of these adversarial conversations and he debates like fucking Yosef Haddad, and Yosef Haddad does his old we had an Arab judge, how can we be apartheid when an Arab judge sentenced a Jewish prime minister to prison, an Arab judge, and then Hassan's gonna be like, well, who cares? You know, there were Jews at the highest levels of the judiciary of the Nazi government.
But that's literally true. Not highest levels necessarily, but like that's literally true. Like you can be an Arab judge and a Zionist. You can do both.
Sentencing Nazis for a crime. No, they're
Sorry,
fucking
Letterbox, I'm just
weren't.
going over the
You
thing.
stupid
I'll pull you out in
fuck.
just a second.
It's not even niche Nazi history, okay? It's called the Nuremberg Laws. Even before the Nuremberg Laws, but these are the ones everyone knows about,
the
right?
hell is niche Nazi history?
Look, this is quick. It's quick. You can go to the nice little website here that puts in big, boggly fucking writing, big, googly font. It's almost like Comic Sans because of how fucking easy it is to read this shit. Jews could not do anything of important in the fucking Third Reich. They couldn't do shit. Couldn't even be citizens, let alone in the higher levels of the Nazi government structure.
Okay. So we've got the context now. Lonerbox is here. We are going to pull him in, and we are
Wow.
going to just have a chat.
Okay, I guess I'm watching this now. I'm watching a debate.
Hello.
Hello? Hi.
Hey, how's it going, Lonerbox?
Oh, fine. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Just chilling. Snow in
No,
here.
I'm going to turn you up, though, because you're a bit quiet here.
Oh. Should I turn myself up?
If you can on your Discord, yeah.
I should be able to manage that. Give me
Exciting.
just a second here.
I fucking hate your main page on
How's
YouTube.
this? Any better?
Wait, what's wrong with my main page on YouTube? I'm asking sincerely. What's wrong with my main page on YouTube? I'm actually thinking of making changes to a bit of a what do you call it? Shake up when it comes to my YouTube. So what's wrong with my main page? Hold on, let me see. Actually, let me pull it up. Actually, what's wrong with it? This is it. What do you hate about it? Do you hate my banner? Do you hate my icon? What's wrong? Fake channels? What do you mean? Thanksgiving stream playing Valheim, my streams, and then there is a shorts. Oh, you mean YouTube in general? You didn't actually mean mine. I thought you were criticizing actually my thing. I think I misunderstood you. Yeah, sorry. I misunderstood you. I think you can, technically speaking, cater what appears on your YouTube, but yeah, I get what you mean. I understand what you mean.
A little bit more? You're almost
How's this?
there.
How's this?
Israel-Palestine
good.
debate.
Okay, great.
Exciting stuff.
Alrighty, so let's just cut right to brass tacks. We're here. First of all, I'm going to say that
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give a few Polish politics take. You can, but it's too much of work. Yeah. I'm gonna give a few Polish politics takes since I've got you here now. First take, because I'm going to read and talk about a few opinions that Alexander Kwaśniewski has given on the war and peace talks that are happening right now. You know, the former president, Kwaśniewski. I think he's the basically about the nature of Russia, the nature of the peace talks, etc. He has given a few interviews. I think maybe it's a hot take, maybe it's not. I know there are a lot of alcohol memes about this president, but I genuinely think that he's the most intelligent president that Poland has gotten post 1989. I think he is the smartest president to date from all the ones that we've gotten after 1989. I think so. Sounds familiar. What did he say?
Prego.
Madam President, good to have you here. Last session of this parliament. Let's talk about the numbers, because we heard this beautiful vision of yours, but we didn't have much about the numbers. You mentioned youth unemployment. Let's talk about the facts and about the numbers. Spain, 28.4. Sweden, 21.
Is this what he said?
20.
Do you mean this? I didn't say a hot take. I just say that I'll give an opinion. But I genuinely think that Kwaśniewski is the smartest president we've had today.
0.4.
Oh. Mm. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I saw that. I saw it. I saw it. Wait, where's the there's the Alec Gunter. I wanted to say something else about Polish politics. Um yeah. Yeah, we haven't. Also, he got us into NATO. I think that's worth mentioning. That Kwasniewski did actually get us into NATO. What was the other thing that I wanted to talk about, Polish politics wise? Yeah, maybe this is a bit of a hot take, but I think that politicians from the ruling coalition are making a big mistake when it comes to Nawrocki and his decision to cancel his meeting with Orban, which I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to be talking about him canceling that meeting because I don't think I've done a thing on it yet. I think that the Polish politicians that are on the other side of the political aisle are making a big mistake when discussing it. Because at the end of the day, it's politics, so you have to try to find some language to. You have to find some language of diplomacy with the currently sitting president. You know, I think it's a mistake to go, oh, didn't he know who Orban was all this time? Did he just now wake up? What a shithead that he only now canceled. I feel like politicians should be a bit smarter about this, that they should be like, oh yeah, it's a very nice gesture that he went and canceled this thing. I feel like we can find more common ground to work with, that we can, it feels like we have more in common, blah blah blah. I feel like people should be a bit more, I don't know, use their brain and try to be less stupid about things like this. Like, you cannot just attack whatever a person does. It's just stupid. Like, if a person does something well, you should be able to just praise it and say, yeah, sure, we are in alignment when it comes to this. We don't want to work with Orban, our president, who happens to be on the other side politically also. So we are in agreement on this issue. All right, let's watch some of that debate.
Well, how do you want to do this? Do you want to start, or I'm more than happy to start? It's up to you.
I guess it was your call out, so yeah, you can just go wherever you want.
Damn.
Sure. So, from what I know of you, you do pretty good work. I know that you're like, pro-trans, mostly progressive. We agree on most things, I would imagine.
Mostly progressive.
So I do have a lot of respect for you and the work that you do, and I think that most of it's good. So I want to go into this discussion understanding that it's going to be, I'm coming from as good faith a place as possible. I'm just trying to figure out.
Oh, okay. So there's gonna be a bit of bad faith already. Already warning. I'm warning you. I'm doing my best to come at you with good faith, but there's gonna be a bit of bad faith involved.
Where you're
just a bit.
With specifically, I guess, the thing that I called you.
Hello, Dr. Johns.
So with that in mind, I did go over the context with my audience already. I have trouble streaming on Discord at the same time that I live stream just because my computer sucks. But
wow.
I don't know if you need to go over that with your audience or anything, or do they already know?
No, they'll know. They're fine.
Okay, cool. So it was a tweet from Stardust about you, and my understanding is the context is Hassan Piker was talking about Arab judges in Israel, right? Like there are Arab judges that exist in Israel, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about that. That was an example I brought up.
That's an example you brought up. Okay, got it. So Hassan Piker was talking, I know for a fact that he was talking.
Coming in unprepared for a debate. What is Alec Gunter hoping to achieve here? It's also just bad tactics, says Conrad, constantly bashing on No, Broski, since it feels like the people are fond of him so far. Yeah, that's true. People like him. And I feel like if he does something that you can agree on with in good conscience, then you should genuinely just do it. Okay? Like I don't have a problem saying, oh, that's pretty neat that he did that. That's pretty neat that he canceled the Orban thing. I feel like it's a good thing that he did it, that he understands what the bigger threat is. That he understands that Russia's getting what it wants in this particular conflict is bad for Poland. I feel like there's people should not have a problem saying that, but it feels like sometimes it feels like it's less about being pragmatic or about tactics, and it's more just about sniping your opponent, and that should not be your main default position. What can I say to snipe my political opponent? Why the face, Dr. Jones? Why? Are you unhappy with the debate that we're watching? What up? What's wrong? You seem displeased. Hmm. Hmm. Cutie pie.
About Jews in the command structure of Nazi Germany, correct? Okay. And where did that come from?
He was talking about the rise of fascism and particularly Reform UK, the British anti-immigration party, and they were trying to pose to him, and I think he described them as like palingenetic ultranationalism,
What?
which is not really what Reform UK are, but in any case, he was likening them to fascists and Nazis, and their argument back to him was, if their main focus is Islam, how did they have a Muslim chairman? And then Hassan's response was, doesn't matter, there were Jews in the Nazi, I think his exact words were government command structure. And then I thought that was silly. And he was also just spending like most of that conversation equivocating on like Nazi liberal history, which is just something I've had an issue with for a while.
Who exactly was he likening to fascists and Nazis? I missed that part.
Reform UK. You know the party in the UK that Nigel Farage leads? I don't know if you know UK that well.
I do not know UK that well. You'll have to educate me a little bit. I'm sorry.
They're like,
Oh,
okay, right wing, very free market, very anti-immigration party. Most of their campaign is drummed up off of fear mongering about small boats, and they are possibly quite likely set to win the next election for the first time. They were also behind Brexit, us leaving the European Union. Same people.
Okay, so they were behind Brexit. Got it. Okay, so he was talking about them and likening them to fascists and Nazis, and you disagree with that characterization, correct?
I don't mind likening them to fascists. I just thought him trying to invoke the Nazi comparison was just not very helpful because
Okay.
Nazi policy on Jews from the very beginning, even before they had power, was very different to how Reform has policy on any race or group like Muslims.
Interesting. So I completely understood this. I thought this was about Israel and Palestine. My mistake.
Two grifters try to outgrift
Okay.
each other.
So
I can do that too.
Wait, is Alec Gunter a grifter? Do you feel like Alec Gunter does not believe anything he says? Do you know Alec Gunter? I don't even know Alec Gunter that much, so I don't know if he's a grifter or not. I don't even know, honestly speaking, if he is a grifter or not. Hold on, I'm gonna try to get some nerds in here. Wonder if President Sunday is gonna raid me today. I wonder. I wonder. Whoop. Oh, I linked Alec Gunter? No. Jesus. I don't wanna, Alec Gunter. Jesus Christ. Why did I feel silly? I have to link myself, not Alec Gunter. There you go. I did a quick promo. I told him in the chat that you love him. Who? President Sunday? Or Alec Gunter? Or Loner Box? Which one?
If you want.
yeah, if you want, it's it's all good. Okay. So you didn't like the comparison then, but in my opinion, right, from what I've seen, what he said wasn't wrong. Like there were Jews in the Nazi command structure, were there not?
So there were like maybe just under 24 of them with either Jewish mothers or like one Jewish grandparent in some cases who were in the military. In terms of government, I tend to see government and military as kind of separate. Like if I'm reading in the press and I see a government source said this, I'm probably not assuming that person's a general. And the people we're talking
General. There were guards. Every single one of them. What did they say?
about in the Nazi military who would have passed the was the Mischlinge Nazi definition of Jew because of them having Jewish ancestry. However,
He wears left him as an aesthetic. Neither knows what they're talking about, but two probably. Oh, so you know Alec Gunter. Interesting. What do you mean when you say that he wears leftism as an aesthetic?
loose
What do you mean by that?
was usually a cause for concern. Some people, you were more likely than not just kicked out for that, and they eventually did purge all of them from the.
Oh, hello, Webotro. It's been a while since I've seen you here. When I watch Alec's live streams, I think Alec is genuine. I guess everyone just has different perspectives on live streamers. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know much about Alec Gunter. Hmm. Yeah, I haven't watched your stream in a while, but I decided to stop by today. Thank you. Thank you for deciding to help me grow from a micro streamer to a small streamer. I always appreciate that.
Or as many as possible from the Wehrmacht. And as far as the generals go, these people only existed in the military insofar as the Nazi government was willing to make very special exemptions for them. Literally, Hermann Goering's quote was, he didn't say, I think these Jews can stay in the military.
So then Sunday told you, fuck you? Clip it and link me. Clip it.
He said, I will decide who is a Jew in the military, as in we're just going to call them Aryans and just forget about it. Because these people were not raised Jewish. I think some of them didn't even know they were Jewish. So it was discovered later. Some of them lied. The ones who told the truth were just Jewish, like basically only in name. Their parents didn't see themselves as Jews. They didn't see themselves as Jews.
I mean, seeing oneself as a Jewish person is not really, that's not really a factor. If that was a factor, then a lot of people would have saved themselves from the Holocaust, okay? If seeing oneself as a Jewish was an actual factor considered, okay, in the calculation. Oh, no, I'm not Jewish. I don't, I don't consider myself. Oh, okay, then you're free to go.
Some people had conversions from their family even before they joined the party. Yeah, I think likening that to...
Thank you, Roberto. Consider not being white. I'm preparing for my next trip to Ukraine. I'm not sure if you are aware that my journalisms have actually brought fruit. My journalism bore fruit in the form of articles being printed.
The Reform UK
An
structure is
article.
just like ridiculous.
You're not
Okay.
Jewish? Why
So-
not?
So there are Arabs in Reform UK structure, even though it is fundamentally
Wait, why not, Conrad?
anti-Arab, right?
Like their
Like
party
that's-
chairman was a Muslim, yeah.
Party chairman was a Muslim. Okay, I see. So Reform UK was Muslim. So basically what you're trying to say is, I feel like you're both correct here, because I feel like what Hassan's trying to say, if you're being charitable, is there were Jews who helped lead Nazi Germany to its conclusion, or to its highest point, right? And there are people within
Why is
a
it freezing like that?
Islamophobic structure who are Muslim, who are helping lead
Or you just know
that
it?
group of people to its highest point, even including Islamophobia, right? Like, all he's trying to get at is there are people in the structure who, I guess for lack of better terms, are traitors, right, to their group of people. And what you're trying to say is, well, there weren't anybody in Nazi Germany who was nearly as high up as the party chairman is right now. Is that what you're trying to say?
You're not even close, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it just seems like there was like, from what I was looking at, it just seemed like you were being pretty uncharitable to Hassan, because I see what he's trying to say, don't you?
I see what he's trying to say, and if it were just that in isolation, then I probably wouldn't have had much of an issue with it. And again, that wasn't my clip to publish; that was someone else's. As far as the overall issue was, though, in the context of that conversation, was Hassan doing something that I think he and quite a lot of people who are far left do, is basically manipulating or exaggerating or lying or misleading about history, especially around fascism and Nazis, to get their own way politically in the present day. And I think in the context of him doing that, yeah, I think he constantly, him and many others will constantly just either downplay, however accidentally, or will just massage facts about the past to serve themselves in the present. And I can give you examples if you want, but he was doing that throughout the whole conversation. So as soon as he reached the point of saying that there were Jews in the Nazi government command structure, I was just like, okay, that was just where the outburst took place.
Right, but on its face, what he's saying is true.
Okay, but it's just I hate these kind of conversations. Like, oh yeah, on a technicality, what he says is true, but you know, thank you for your input, Matthew Connor 5975. I don't know. It seems like a stupid thing to have a whole debate over. Oh yeah, technically speaking, there were some Jewish people in the command structure of Nazi Germany, but what does that even? Okay, what's the point being made? What does that even? Okay, sure, it's technically speaking true, but what does that even demonstrate? If in reality, most, if not all, Jewish people were just killed in the end, whatever perceived privileged position they were given, especially when it came to people that were used as guards in camps, for example, enforcers, or even people that built the camps. They thought that they would be able to get away from being killed, but no, they were killed in the end.
So, I guess like, okay, so he's manipulating, lying, deceiving about fascism and Nazis to get his own way politically, right? So, what is that way that you're speaking of? Like, what is it that
Well,
he
to be
wants?
clear, just to be clear, in no other time are people going to consider a general who's being given special exemptions from the government as part of the government. Like, I don't think people never do this. Like, would you, if you were reading the press and you saw a government official said X, are you thinking this might be like a general or an officer?
Not necessarily just a government official. Like if it says a
Or a
government
government,
official, I
yeah,
don't, like it could be
a government
anybody
source.
from a mayor to the president.
Yeah, usually it's the political head, and that's why I
I
think
feel
the
like
distinction-
those debates, too many of those debates hinge on technicalities and just silly things, to be honest. The most important thing is not, in my mind, the important thing isn't if this is true on its face, on a technicality or not. The important thing is, okay, what sort of point was Hassan trying to make with it? What was Hassan trying to say? Why was he giving this example? And then go from there. Okay, it's not really important on whether or not this thing was technically speaking true. If you blink, twist your eyes, or whatever, it feels like a silly thing to debate. You know?
matters because these military people only got to stay in their roles through exemptions that were granted by government. Couldn't happen the other way around. They couldn't exempt themselves.
I just feel like that's getting into the weeds a little bit because the point that Hassan's driving at is you can be Arab in an anti-Arab structure, right? And I agree with
Yeah, I
that.
get
Do you
that
agree with
point.
that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay,
Okay.
that's fine.
I guess, sure. Yeah, okay.
If you had just, again, if that was the like overall community, like I'm not having an issue with the overall, with the overall point there. That was just like I said in the broader context of him and other people like him in general, just like contorting the facts of history to prove their points. It was just kind of annoying.
But what was he contorting? Because I don't see him contorting anything. Like what he said was factually correct.
First of all, it wasn't factually correct, and you can even look at his stream afterwards when he was defending this point. He didn't even seem to know about these like three generals because everyone else below them was like officers or maybe like one admiral. He didn't even seem to know.
Also,
When he was
did these generals even hold any governmental positions? Because as I understand it, the army is under the government, not part of the government as we understand
defending
it.
his point on his stream, he was off the top of his head coming up with examples before people started sending him links. And the only example he could come off before people gave him links was capos. Would you say capos are part of government command structure?
No. Capos are definitely no. No, absolutely not.
Is
What are
that even
capos again?
humorable? Capos were
Capos were just They were prison guards.
Were Jews who, usually Jews, who would either be coerced into giving up other Jews and like disclosing where they were hiding, or being in charge of concentration camps, like being guards
So
and
they're-
stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Capos. Yeah. A very this term has entered the Polish language very firmly. You probably can understand why. You can probably understand why this term would enter the Polish language very decisively. Context considered. Don't you have anything more interesting? I do, but I'm waiting for more people to gather around. This is my warm-up thing. It's not my fault that you hate history, Conrad.
So they were traitors.
Yeah. Or sometimes, well, I mean, I don't know how much you can call you a traitor if you're being forced to do it for fear of death, but yeah.
Well, it's not across the board that they were just forced to do it. Some of them thought that it was a way out of the Holocaust. It's just some of them thought that if I do this, I might be able to survive. I might be able to save my life. And that just was not the case, as it turns
Sure,
out.
but
Some of them
the
were
point
traitors, some
is,
of them I think were coerced, yeah.
they gave up, like, they were Jews who gave up other Jews for whatever reason. So,
Yeah.
so your question then to me is, would I call capos part of the command structure? I think you technically could. Like, they were part of the system through which Nazi Germany accomplished its goals, correct?
That is not part of the government command structure. Like
They were
someone who's not
grunts.
even in the military, or they're not even grunts. They're not even.
They
They
were
were
forced
closer to
grunts.
slaves. Are slaves part of the slavery command structure? Like,
Well, if you you ever heard of a house slave? You know what a house slave is, right?
yeah, I don't think a house slave is part of the slavery command structure.
They
No.
absolutely could be. Because if you have a
Okay.
house slave,
Exempt
Hold on.
themselves.
I just feel like that's getting into the weeds a little bit, because the point that Hassan's driving at, I agree with
Yeah, I
that.
get. I got there. Well, just like contorting the facts of history.
Contorting.
Point. When he was defending his point on his samples before capos, would you say capos are part of government command structure? Is
What are
that
I
even
want to listen
humorable?
to the answer again.
Capos were Jews who, usually Jews, who would either be coerced into giving up other Jews and like
Fair
disclosing
enough.
where they were hiding, or being in charge of concentration camps,
Two
like being
boring
guards
guys
and stuff like
yapping.
that.
So they were traitors.
Yeah. Or sometimes, well, I mean, I don't know how much you can call you a traitor if you're being forced to do
I mean,
it
some of them were forced, some of them were not. It's just, I've
for
already
fear of
explained
death.
that
But yeah,
part.
Sure, but
some of them
the
were
point
traitors, some of
is,
them I think were coerced.
they,
Yeah.
they gave up, like, they were Jews who gave up other Jews for whatever reason. So,
Yeah.
so your question then to me is, would I call capos part of the command structure? I think you technically could.
No.
Like,
No, you could not. That's stupid. No, that's a stupid thing to say. That capos would. Oh God. Alec Gunter. Now I want to debate Alec Gunter. Okay. Just on this little thing, I could get a little bit of an audience going for that. Wouldn't you say?
they were part of the system through which Nazi Germany accomplished its goals, correct?
Fuck me. This is what insisting on debating everything gets you. Capos were part of the system through which. I just wrote a comment. Maybe he'll debate you. What did you say? What did you say? Is he still alive? Oh, we could make things happen, I guess. That is such a stupid thing to say. That capos were part of the system that just forwarded goals of Nazi Germany. Oh my God.
That is not part of the government command structure. Like
They were
someone who's not
grunts.
even in the military, or they're not even grunts. They're not even.
They
They
were
were
forced
closer to
grunts.
slaves. Are slaves part of the slavery command structure? Like,
Well, if you you ever heard of a house slave? You know what a house slave is, right?
yeah, I don't think a house slave is part of the slavery command
Maybe.
structure.
Maybe
They
later.
absolutely could be. Because if you have a
Okay.
house slave and you put them in charge of
I feel
other
like it would be
slaves,
better
they have now
to-
become part of the command structure.
If I were to talk to Alec Gunter, I actually feel like it would be best not to leave a comment, but to just contact him directly somehow.
Okay. I suppose if we're okay, no. I'm trying not to be cheeky, but yeah, if we're changing the meanings of all the words, and especially given that
yeah.
he's saying this in response to
I don't like what he
being
said
told
here.
about the chairman of a party.
Maybe I'll call in. I don't like what he said here about couples being part of the structure. Even if you're folded into the, I'm willing to kind of sort of begrudgingly grant that those people were folded into that system. It doesn't mean that they were part of it in any way that gave them control over what was happening. You know? He stopped streaming. He's not live anymore, so I'll have to do it next time.
Okay, I understand what you're getting at, and I understand your problem. It just feels like you could have communicated this in a less aggressive way. Like
Is
it
he
just
still
feels
live?
like there's something personal that you have against the son.
If
That's
he's
what
still live, then I could call in. Does he have a Discord that I can join?
I'm getting from this.
I mean, he's triggering sometimes because he's full of shit, but yeah. I mean, yeah, sometimes I do that on stream. Yeah, sometimes I'll get a bit hyper. But like I said, the context of him doing that in that particular video, which is long, I mean, I don't blame you for not watching all of it, is this constant massaging of historical truths about fascism to try and sell a message that is just false. Like that's kind of where I was coming
Okay.
from with him bringing that up. That was just like the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of raising my voice on a stream.
Sure. What's the message that he's trying to get across that you don't agree with? Like, if you already said it, I'm sorry. I'm just
Okay,
trying
to put it I didn't. It's okay. To put it the most broadly, this idea that he was pushing throughout, which was that, you ever heard the phrase "scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds"? This idea that
Send me a Discord link. Maybe I'll join his Discord.
liberals, and usually when they talk about it more specifically, this can even mean liberals to the point of social democrats, are basically willing to side with fascists to stop the fear of socialism. And it's like a trend. You know that whole sentiment?
Yes, and I largely think that that's true. I
Hello,
think that
Gregory.
liberals often do side with fascism.
Is it true in, well, the example that was being given up there was in
Rivatro says, the debate isn't that interesting so far, but we can keep watching it. I missed the Loner Box debate, so I don't know how this debate will go. I did watch two interesting debates that happened later in the stream. One was about Israel and Palestine, and the other was about legalization of drugs in society. Oh, that one's interesting. Legalization of drugs, especially since Polish people started using it as an argument against the gay marriage thing, which, you know, it is what it is, as they say. It is what it is. I think pot should be legal in Poland, of course. I think it's a no-brainer. I think pot is much less harmful than alcohol, and yet alcohol is legal and
Germany. Do you think
pot is not. Interestingly enough, it's the possession that is not legal in Poland. Smoking is absolutely legal.
that was the case there? When I say liberal, I mean like social democrat liberal. I mean, I don't mean like a liberal of 1900 who is like would easily be a conservative today. Not like that.
So you're asking me if we can fairly compare Jews during Nazi Germany who sided with the Nazis to liberals today who side with fascists.
Not necessarily Jews. It could be social
So
democrats.
Jewish. This is not a fair. This is not a fair description of what happened. Kapos did not side with Nazi Germany. They just didn't want to die. They were either coerced or thought that they could save themselves by taking on that role, but they never sided with Nazi Germany. That is a very unfair and false description of what happened. There's a very dishonest characterization.
Like center-left liberals.
I think it gets a little bit more complicated. There's a lot of moving parts to that because there were people back then who were trying to self-preserve.
You're a terrible streamer if you don't debate
Obviously,
him.
I'm sure there were like self-hating Jews or
I'm willing to debate him. That's not a problem. It's just you don't have to do the whole goading and taunting. I don't have a problem with debating the person.
self-hating gay people who were part of the command structure or like suppress their gayness or like and with liberals it's more about I think the capitalist incentive, right? Like they're trying to protect their their money interests, I guess.
Sorry,
So
again, sorry.
they're trying about structure or obviously I'm sure there were who were trying to self-preserve. Obviously I'm sure there were like self-hating Jews or self-hating gay people who were part of the command structure or like suppress their gayness or like and with liberals it's more about I think
That's not the same as siding with the cause of the thing that you're. That's not remotely even the same. Like suppressing your gayness or being a self-hating Jewish. That's the self-hating Jewish person. I don't think even those examples actually exist.
the capitalist incentive, right? Like they're trying to protect their their money interests, I guess. So it's different, but both of them are basically like foregoing certain progressive values in order to side with a fascist regime. I think that's like I don't know. That's kind of hard to wrap my head around, to be honest. So I'm not sure. I mean, I can see the comparison.
I would probably argue when it came to Nazis, I think the communists actually did more to help Nazis than the Social Democrats did.
Yeah.
Really?
Easily. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not a history buff, so I don't know. The only reason we're having this conversation is because I just felt like you were being a little unfair to Hassan, a little uncharitable. But I guess I don't like I said, it just feels like you don't like Hassan. So like, what don't you like about him? Like it feels like what Hassan's
A lot, actually. I don't like his China glazing. I really hate his opinions on the war in Ukraine. I don't like that he electrocutes his dog. I don't know. There are a few things that I don't like about Hassan. What a silly. Why don't you like Hassan? Come on.
project is to
Oh, and he doxed a bunch of people. I also don't like that about him. He doxed a bunch of people. I feel like that's a fair thing to dislike. Oh yeah, and Hassan also has this weird anti-Polish thing. Oh yeah. I know. I've seen all the anti-Polish Hassan clips with him saying that Poland has one computer and Polish people are just blind idiots that just close their eyes and follow NATO because it's just very strange. Hassan just hates all the ex-Soviet satellite states, especially Poland, because Poland was the first domino that fell them all over, arguably. So I guess Hassan hates Poland the most out of all of them, since Poland has the reputation of the country that started the domino effect of the Soviet sphere. Yeah, that was really... I would debate Hassan, but he would never debate me.
for a more progressive society, like push closer to socialism, right? Is that something you want?
Socialism and what? Meaning what? I feel like the definition changes depending on which socialist you're talking to.
Well, it's workers owning the means of production, basically.
Via what? Like co-ops, the state?
Well, co-ops is how it starts, but it's basically just that if you are like you don't rent out equipment.
What does via the state mean?
To work, like for people to work with anymore. Like the workers, like if you work at a restaurant, the workers all collectively own that restaurant. And
Let me see. My entire Twitter is Nazi Americans and Germans cheating on Poland for some reason. I actually want to do a segment on that. I want to do a segment on that because I've been flooded with that whole thing as well. I've seen the sentiment of Poland stole land from Germany. Poland is not a real country. Look at this map from the 19th century. No Poland here. Look at these lands that were stolen. Polish people were doing a. It's just. It's almost like listening to Putin and his stooges about Ukraine. Poland was discriminating against Germans in Western Poland, and also just fake country that stole territory. I actually want to tackle that on stream, or maybe even do a pre-recorded video, because there's so much to untangle there that's not even funny historically, and not just historically. Yeah, my entire Twitter has been this whole crap as well. So I've been actually thinking if I should not talk about it, because it's insane. Yeah, it's just, that's why I was thinking if I should not, I don't know, address it in some way. Because it's just, especially considering that AFD is now, I think, the biggest party in Germany. So, and AFD says that Eastern Germany is Central Germany. Yeah, my Twitter recently has been filled with that stuff as well, and it kind of disturbed me a lot. I did actually think maybe I'll prepare tomorrow and I'll do a whole thing about it tomorrow. Just insane. I've saved a lot of those tweets in my thing. Yeah, I've noticed that as well. It's hard not to notice it. It just hits you in the face, actually. In the very not subtle. Not subtle at all. I don't even know where I should start. Should I start from when Poland was actually founded, how these lands switched hands, how... Oh yeah, I saw that as well. I saw Nick Fuentes saying that Polish people are not white. I saw it, yeah. He wants a white woman, and Polish people are not white, and Ukrainian people, and I think he named a third thing. Yeah, I saw that. I am up to date with the craziness.
Share the profits, or share the income.
I'm in
They're kinda like
favor
co-ops,
of
yeah.
I'm in favor of worker co-ops developing at a rate that is feasible, like to a degree where, like, some policies that I would back would be something like right of first refusal for companies that need government assistance, and them offering the option for workers to take it over, or like the Italian Marcora system where people who are unemployed can lump sum their benefits with another group of people to start their own co-op, or just like preferential loans from governments. I believe in that kind of thing, and I'm also all for encouraging their growth because I think it's a good way to do business. I don't necessarily follow people like Hassan when it becomes a slightly more vague notion, or like simping for the system in China and the CCP, or expecting this to happen through any kind of like through revolution or a forced change. I don't think that's particularly useful.
Yeah,
Sure, I'm not
that is quite obvious. I mean, I think the Catboy incident solved that case.
a
If you're
proponent
familiar with it, that is.
of revolution either. I don't think it's necessary. But I am on board with moving toward socialism and moving toward like worker-owned means of production. I just think that if like there's an inherent pushback between workers and bosses,
Yeah.
right? Bosses try to get workers to work as much as possible for as little money as possible.
The online writer is very weird.
Workers try to work as little as possible for as much money as possible. There's inherent conflict. And so what I would like to do, and what Hassan I think is trying to do as well, is break down that inherent
I think it's a shame that Hassan is the face of left-wing politics online or whatever. I think that's a shame because he is doing a very bad job of it. Also, he should stop electrocuting his dog.
conflict, because it all it does is waste time and effort and money, right? And so if those two competing factions could just get over that difference of like trying to make more money for themselves at the expense of the other, then they could all make a lot more together. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind
Like,
of
I don't understand this attitude of, hey, I'm here to protect Hassan. I think I'm here to defend my king.
work environment that I would like to see evolve. And I think Hassan's pushing for the same thing.
Okay, first of all, if you're just talking about like a gradual development of these ways of doing business, that's fine. And they can obviously, have their own problems that emerge as well. Like if a co-op seems to get to any particular size, it seems that you run into an issue where they become quite similar to corporations, except that the class antagonism becomes more between workers and managers, and there becomes an alienation between the workers and the people who actually are in charge of general direction of the company. I can talk about like a bit more detail about Mondragon if you want, but no, I don't actually think that's what people like Hassan are pushing for. That's not the kind of that's not what I've seen for the last 2 years. I see a lot of
With Ultra says, I guess Hassan might be a campus. A second campus is someone who sides with the bloc of countries opposing the USA, such as with the Soviet Union and its allies, with communist countries in general, or with Russia and its allies. Yeah. It seems very important to bring democracy to the workplace. The capitalists hold an unfair amount of power and are controlling the workers. It is not as easy as it sounds to do that, though. Like, you really have to think of legislature, you really have to secure these things. Believe it or not, when communism, quote unquote, ended in 1989 in Poland, Poland actually thought, hey, okay, now it's time for us to introduce democracy into the workplace. And actually, a lot of workers, there was a lot of discussion in the opposition to the communist government, how those socialist values should be implemented, what the actual control over the means of production would look like, the questions in if you watch archive videos of conversations of people that oppose the communist government, they ask things like, okay, let's say workers, let's say you have two companies, you have two factories. Let's say there are factories. Factory A is owned by workers and Factory B is owned by workers. Factory B is bigger than Factory A, and Factory B buys Factory A. So who is really in charge of Factory A now? Workers of Factory A, or is it Factory B? Which means that it kind of derails the whole idea of workers being in charge of the means of production. So how would you, what is your answer to that? I mean, I sort of kind of have an answer to that, but what do you think? First strike is being discussed in Europe. First strike is in what? First nuclear strike? By whom? By Russia? By Europe? By whom? Also, welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you here before. Yeah, it was tried in Poland, and how it ended up going was that people bought off shares from other workers and got the majority share. So that was also a thing that is not so easy to counter. But yeah, I agree, late, with your sentiment about Russia. I could not agree more.
Historical inaccuracies and trying to sort of like massage and
Oh, nuclear by
uh,
Europe. Interesting. Do you have any links? Do you have anything that I could look into about this discussion?
sanitize the history of the Soviet Union and of Mao's China. And I also just see a lot of incoherent foreign policy around the Middle East, which has not much at all to do with socialism.
And incoherent about Ukraine, or just coherently bad, consistently bad. Hassan is very bad about Ukraine.
Hassan criticized China before. So like he's not
Yeah, but he went to China and started glazing it. Like just excusing the censorship. I think he excused the banning of a gay app in China. So like it falls flat. It's very hollow when he just goes to China and starts glazing it, and whatever China does directly to him, he just excuses it. Like all that critique that he allegedly levies against China suddenly does not mean much, does it?
the way China is currently. I think he's just trying to say there are things that China does better than the United States. One thing
Okay,
that I
we're
like
gonna look at
that
it.
he brings up a lot is high
It might be
speed.
the first thing that we look at today. It's kind of interesting. Because of course, if you're gonna be discussing first strike, then you also have to discuss the secondary strike, right? You cannot talk about the first strike, nuclear strike, without discussing the retaliatory strike. Like those are the basics of nuclear doctrine. Yeah, there was such a debate. There was such a debate even still when Poland was trying to gain sovereignty from the USSR. Because actually a lot of people opposed to communism were socialists who actually did want to they actually did want to do socialism, which the communist government refused to implement. The opposition was both left wing and right wing. There were a lot of very quite far left wing people in the opposition.
Rail. You know, China has it. We don't. I think that China, in that respect, does better than the United States. I think that's true.
High-speed rail is, to be clear, probably the only example that he gives, right?
Fair. I'm not sure if I can think of another off the dome, but
Yeah,
I think
and again, you could they have a growing high-speed rail in Spain. There's a slightly smaller one in France. There's one in Japan. It's like I don't really know if that is worth all of the downsides of the system.
There we go. I think the workers of company A and B would have to share the company together instead of one company making another subordinate to another. I assume the worker-owned business would have elections. I actually just thought to myself that company B should just not be able to buy A. You know? I think in such a system, B should not be able to just buy A. They should be able to work with A, but I don't think they should be able to just buy it. That's my solution. You know? That was a hypothetical that was very much discussed at the time. My own personal solution was to just not allow companies to just buy each other out at any time. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's unreasonable within this framework to say like all companies are not just up for grabs for any other company.
in China under the CCP. But no, I mean, it's not just that, right? It's also fawning over
Because companies can cooperate between one another without one owning the other.
Chairman Mao's little red book. And obviously, I don't know if you follow much of the discourse around people going to different countries, but the irony of the fact that so many people accused me of doing a propaganda tour in Israel, when I think like everything I saw from China was like the epitome of a propaganda tour. But I don't know how you feel about either of those.
What kind of world do you think Hassan Piker wants?
I don't think he knows. I think he wants a world where he has more money and clout. I don't think anything else really matters.
So in his mind,
And maybe
in his
one
heart
where
of
Israel's
hearts,
destroyed by the by.
in his why? Let's go there. Let's go there because it's in my title, so we might as well. Why does he want Israel destroyed? Does he just like destruction?
No, it's because he doesn't know anything about the conflict, or he knows a bunch of things about the conflict that aren't true, and has this weird fantasy that somehow getting rid of Israel will be followed only by nothing other than a shared democracy between the two people in the region.
Okay. So he doesn't know anything about the conflict. I see him looking at stuff all the time about the conflict. I see him looking at videos from it.
I don't know. To me, it's kind of weird that it started with a critique. It started as a debate about Hassan said this or that specific thing, and then it's just, oh, we're debating because you don't like Hassan, and I don't like that you don't like Hassan. It's just, okay. This debate is basically why won't you like Hassan, the loner box?
I see him looking at Benjamin Netanyahu's speeches. I see he looks at stuff all the time about Israel and Palestine, honestly, to a degree that I found it like...
It doesn't matter if you look at stuff, by the way. It doesn't matter if you look at speeches, if you look at things, if you look at through a heavy bias, okay? If you're heavily biased, then it very much, it skews the way you look at things. And of course, I am already expecting Conrad to pick up on this and say that I have a heavy bias when it comes to Ukraine. I guess I do have a bias, but I don't think I am. My bias is skewing my view to the level of Hassan Piker quite.
Like every time I would tune into him, he was looking at something new about Israel and Palestine. So it seems like he's educating himself quite a bit on it, don't you think?
That's what I said. You can knowing nothing versus you knowing a lot of things that aren't true. But I mean, if you've watched what he's watched, then I guess that would make you confident in talking about it, right?
Say that again.
If you've watched him learning on his stream enough, then would that make you fairly confident on talking about Israel Palestine?
I'm confident on talking about anything. If I don't know something, I'll just look it up. But
okay, okay, maybe just to streamline this, I can maybe give you like a couple of headings, and you can choose which one you want to talk about because we've kind of covered like 3 things now. One can be, I think it's a total myth to say that there's anything special about like liberals or social democrats to make them support fascists, and that I actually think communists did a lot more to help the Nazis than social democrats did. That's one. 2, we could talk about the CCP and Chinese communism and whether that's worth pursuing. And I guess 3 could be about whether or not destroying Israel is a good idea.
Why not?
Let's talk about 3. That's the one.
But so we have to talk. You have to talk about what destroying Israel even means, because the Polish People's Republic was destroyed, but it doesn't mean that Poland stopped existing as a country. Just saying. Like when you say destroy a thing, what does that mean exactly?
Got my title, so.
Okay.
Okay, so you think Hassan wants to destroy Israel. What do you think he means by that?
Probably some very vague allusion.
Conrad says, I don't even judge you by this bias. When you actually go there, the perspective changes. When you talk to the people, the perspective changes. That's fair enough. Yeah.
Into the state dissolving and it becoming a South Africa-style democracy with Arabs and Jews living equally as equal citizens, and them both consenting to this.
Okay, so he wants the Israel state to dissolve, and he wants like the people who are being subjugated to have like equal rights and say over what happens in that society as to people who are not being subjugated, right?
Mhm.
What you're saying? Yeah. So I don't feel that I fail to see how that's a bad thing.
Does it bother you that neither side in that region wants this?
I think Palestinians do want that. They want to be seen as equal citizens.
Can you show me that?
Hold on. Well, I think anybody would want that. Like they, what they want essentially is to be able to live in their home.
No, I don't think it's that simple. They definitely don't want that now. The Palestinians definitely, oh yeah, I know these guys bombed us and killed our family members and did all these things, but we just want to live alongside them. It's just a little bit of a naive view. Yeah, it's just, Israel did a little bit of a genocide here, but I think we can get along as long as we get equal. I don't think so. I don't think that's the mindset right now.
Homes without being worried about being dragged out of them, right? Like we've seen that happen. The IDF has done that. So I think that it is reasonable to not want that to happen to you, right?
No, of course they don't want to they don't want to be physically or materially harmed. That's obvious, okay?
Right.
But as a popular lefty slogan goes, people don't just want peace; they also want justice. I have not seen any evidence that Palestinians think a one-state solution
It's
with
not a leftist slogan, by the way. That's also right-wing people say that as well. Right-wing people say that about any peace being reached in Ukraine. It's not a leftist slogan. I don't know why Lonerbox said that it was. And I am anti-right-wing as much as anti-right-wing you can be, but that's not a left-wing slogan. That people don't just want peace, they want justice. Okay, I have no clue why Lonerbox said that.
equal rights for both groups is justice in their eyes, unless you can show me something different. As far as I know,
Okay.
the one-state solution with equal rights is actually the least popular solution for both groups.
Do you think that's what Hassan wants? A one-state solution with equal rights for both groups?
Yeah, and what I'm
Okay.
saying is that that's kind of problematic to want it when the Palestinians are the ones who don't seem.
Do I think that the Israel-Palestine conflict will be resolved within our lifetime? No, I don't think so, actually. Maybe I'm just very negative. I'm not even sure if the Ukraine-Russia conflict will be resolved within our lifetime. We'll see. We'll just have to see. I don't think so. A lot of moving parts would have to change in order for the Israel-Palestine. Like Palestine would have to be guaranteed some sort of statehood. Palestine would have to receive some sort of security guarantees from Israel, and there's just no political will to do that. People are very. Now Ukraine will. I mean, with Ukraine, it depends what you mean by resolved within our lifetime. Yeah, the war maybe will end, but that doesn't mean that the conflict will end. It doesn't mean that Russia will not, for example, continue with some form of skirmishes, hybrid warfare, trying to usurp the Ukrainian government, and of course there is the ever looming risk that Russia will just decide to invade again. So in that sense, I don't think this will be resolved in our lifetime. Will the war end within our lifetime? Sure. And Israel-Palestine, I think, would require too much changes in restructuring and a lot of political will that just is not there. Everybody's so excited about the ceasefire that is happening right now, where Israel is bombing Gaza every single day.
Seem to want it.
Maybe that's a point of contention that he might have with Palestinians. I don't know. Right now, Palestinians are very angry and very hurt.
What the fuck? Holy shit. Alec Gunter, what he just said. Well, yeah, maybe Hassan could have this point of contention with the Palestinians. Yeah, I know you guys. I have this contention with you guys. I know you've been genocided and Israel is bombing you still every single day, but I feel I feel like it's not good that you just don't want to live in this new country together with the Israelis. It's just not cool, Palestinians, not cool. It's my contention that I have with you. Like, what? Come on. Come on. Really?
Because frankly, they're starving and children are being dismembered and dying. Like in that situation, I might also want vengeance or some kind of justice. Like that's a pretty horrific scenario, don't you think?
Yeah, they've wanted that vengeance or justice before October 7th, obviously.
Sure.
Even before 48, they've kind of wanted. That's been the more popular thing, is that kind of justice. But yeah, again, but that's why I'm wondering. Is it not a problem when one of the like big left-wing thought leaders, or the biggest in terms of streaming on this issue, is like pushing for a position that, as far as anything beyond just saying one state, two people, equal rights, there's not really any.
Nah. Hassan's not the biggest left-leaning thinker when it comes to political streaming. Asmongold is. But because we all know that Asmongold is a left-winger, right? He's very, very, very left-leaning dude, right? I think we all agree on that, right? For sure.
As far as I've seen, any feasible blueprint for this. There's no Palestinian popular major leader calling for this, and Palestinians, when they are asked, they don't want it. I can show you. I can find a poll from 2024 where they're asked, and they're given all the options. They're given two states, one democratic state.
Also, everybody says that two-state solution is not really viable either. So, what exactly is the solution to be implemented?
Or one undemocratic state, or one state without equal rights. And it seems to be that the democratic state is the least popular. The last poll I saw from it, it got 8% in Palestinians. So I don't understand why you'd be pushing for something that they don't want.
Because he wants it. Because he sees that that is the solution. Even if, like let's put it this way: Palestinians in Palestine.
Lol. Because he wants it. Oh yeah, what Hassan wants. That's the most important thing. Oh god.
Trans and gay rights are not very good, right? Like they don't really recognize, to say the least, they don't recognize gay marriage. At least I've heard of stonings on the streets. I don't know the truth of that, but we can both agree probably. Sure, we can both agree that trans and gay rights in Palestine is not great, right? So that being the case, Hassan still wants trans and gay rights. Like, he even wants it in Palestine. So on that point, he might have some contention with a lot of the Palestinians. But all
And what? I don't be skipping a few steps. I feel like we're skipping a few. So where did that come from? The whole gay rights thing. What?
ultimately, it's not necessarily about what any individual or group of Palestinians want. It's about what is going to be best for all parties involved. And Hassan thinks that that is with a one-state solution where they live in a democracy and everybody has equal say. One person, one vote.
What happened to right to self-determination? Are we throwing that out the window now, Alec Gunter and Hassan by extension? What? Yeah, you're gonna be living with your genociders whether you like it or not, because that's best for you, and actually you have no say in how you self-organize. Thank you. You're not really you know. What the fuck? That is such. Are we sure this person is left-leaning? What is happening here? Oh my gosh. What the hell, Alec Gunter? Oh, come on.
Right?
No, not right. This is horrible. Why would you say such a thing?
Yeah, but the question is the difference between gay and trans rights and what the state solution should be is that the whole point about emancipation for any group, any national group or any oppressed group is about self-determination. So
Yes, thank you. Oh gosh. Wow.
I think when it comes to trans rights and things like that, you can say that we can oppose them if they have their state and they don't give trans rights, but that's a question of that's their self-determination, which is what people advocate for. So if we're talking, but
Oh
it's different when
no.
we're talking about one or two state solution because that is a question of the very basis of their self-determination. But I don't know why you would go for a self-determination that they don't want. So what's the point in saying self-determination if you want them to have the form of state that they don't want, to share the country with people they don't want to share it with?
True. Maybe Polish people should have just shared Germany with the Germans after World War II.
To live in
Jewish people,
borders
for
that
that
they
matter.
don't see to one with the current government arrangements. Why any of that? That's the basis of the self-determination.
Well, let's start with this. Do you think that Israel should pull out of Palestine?
Yeah,
Okay, that's a good start. So, like, you and
but
Hassan agree on that,
probably
right?
for a very different, well, probably in a very different way
Maybe Jewish people should have just lived with the Germans after World War II and formed a single state.
that you or Hassan would say. Yeah,
But
probably in
you
a very
agree on that.
different.
You
with
you
different
think that Israel
qualifiers.
you think that Israel is invading Palestine and should pull out, correct?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna
Okay.
again. The word invading is probably going to be contentious, but in terms of how and when and why, on what conditions they do that, we're going to disagree. Yeah,
Fine,
I don't
but
think they should do it
you're
like
so
unilaterally.
but even when I bring up something that you and Hassan agree on, you're so quick to jump to a disagreement. You're like, boom. You don't get it.
Yeah,
Me
but
and
that's
Hassan is
because
different.
but that's because the disagreements are much more substantial than you seem to think they are.
But okay, you want good things, right?
No, I want bad things. What the fuck? What kind of a question is that? No, I want horrible things. I want the worst of things to happen. Just, I never like good things. I am opposed to them.
Everyone wants
you're
what they
an,
think are good things.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're an enjoyer of things that you think are good, right?
No,
Right?
no.
Okay, so everybody is an enjoyer of things that they think are good, right?
No.
So
They're masochists.
on that level, you agree with everybody. You all want good things. Everybody wants good things to happen.
Wow.
So I like to start, this is my new philosophy. I like to start there and work my way up to
Oh
the
my god.
most common ground that I can possibly reach with people and see if we can make things
Oh,
work from
boy.
there. You and Hassan both want Israel out of Palestine, correct?
hmm
Okay, that's great. So let's talk about the differences then. What does Hassan want Israel to do that you don't want Israel to do?
It sounds like, well, he wants Israel to leave unilaterally and to also dissolve their own government right after they've left and to make themselves equal citizens with Palestinians in the entire territory and to turn it into one country.
I think they should be equal citizens, and I think it should be one country.
Okay.
not?
Why do
Okay,
you think
but that's
so? One,
just-
why do you think let's try the obvious one. Why do you think Palestinians don't want that?
Okay, that's just not gonna happen.
Well, because they see Israelis as like oppressors, and they don't want to live with their oppressors.
Did Black South Africans say that? They had a leader who pushed for equal rights.
I don't know. I don't know much about South Africa. I mean, it's possible. Like people generally don't want to live with people that they perceive as oppressors, but Israeli citizens are just that. They're just citizens. You know, even if they believe in the Israeli project, I think the statistics is like 90-something% of them believe in the Israeli project, the Zionist project. At the end of the day, they're still just citizens. Most of them aren't really doing anything wrong, right? They're just chilling. They're just living their lives. They don't want to hurt anybody. If they saw a Palestinian somewhere, they wouldn't like chuck rocks at them. They would just let it go. You know, like, and that's how most Israeli people are. And so, but Palestinians don't see it that way because they've been bombarded by Israel for a very long time. So there's a lot of deprogramming to do here on both sides. You know, but we should recognize that it is largely Israel that's at fault for this. I think that's important to recognize.
Okay, we can get into that if you want. There's a few different. There's like a crossroads. So if we're talking about why Palestinians don't want to have an equal state with equal rights for both groups across the whole territory, and Israelis don't want it, why does turning it into one state, what problem gets solved by that if neither of them want
Well,
it?
well, eventually you just learn to coexist, right? Like take cities for instance, like just this city environment, like New York City. You know, you have people from all different backgrounds, all different shades, like just vibing and chilling together. You have Muslims living next to Jews. You have mosques next
Fuck me. That is such a bad comparison.
to temples, right? And they're fine and they get along for the most part. Now there is some conflict, but for the most part they coexist peacefully there.
Oh gosh.
So
Yeah,
integration.
and then you have other
like,
countries where different ethnic groups are thrown together through imperial powers that didn't have their best interests at play. And in some cases, that wasn't always the answer, though, was it? So with India and Pakistan, they didn't say, "Well, fuck this, let's just comment together in one country." They partitioned, and then that was very violent. Some countries stayed together and tried to build a country, like Syria, and then they had a civil war that killed over 500,000 people. Lebanon has just been a state of constant ebbing and flowing of instability for God knows how long. Sudan, same thing. So Yugoslavia. That's the thing I don't get is why someone in the West decides that they're going to choose what the answer should be over there when the people there do not want it. And there are they still want self-determination. When you ask Palestinians, do you want one state, two states, or an unequal two states, that by far it's two states that wins out. So I don't know why people get to a point where they disparage at even wanting that, because they consider that, oh, that's just like you've stolen 3/4 of the land then, and then they only keep 1/4. But again, if that's the solution that seems to be the more popular one for them, I don't know why people would be against that. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, like you said, self-determination is important. So if the war ends tomorrow over there and Palestine decides, like the people of Palestine decide, we are going to live in our section of this land and call it Palestine, and Israel will live over there, and it's a two-state solution, there's not much we can do about it. That's their decision. That's self-determination. At the same time, I think more integration is always better. So if you
Oh, okay. Alexander thinks so. Okay, I think we're done here. I think we're done with this debate. I feel like this has run its course. Very interesting. But now it's time to move on. This little thing has run its course. Oh wow, Pope Leo says Europe has an important role to play in Ukraine peace talks. Thank you, Pope. I am so religious and I feel like your guidance means so much. Hmm. Oh yeah, this is an interesting topic. We're gonna talk about it. Because it feels like more and more Europe is actually... Whoa, what happened? Why the question mark? Why? What's wrong, Conrad? Let's see, I like your shirt. Thank you. I think it's kind of nice. Thank you very much for the compliment. I think I can find their direct quote. Oh, the Pope mockery. I'm just an aggressive atheist. I don't feel like Pope has a lot of political whatever leverage. So I'm gonna look for the direct quote from Putin, because I feel like we should have it. I have it saved, don't worry. Europe has been really sidelined when it comes to the peace talks. Europe has been. This whole peace conversation is treated as a business opportunity, as a business venture. I think that's one of the most important things to know about this whole procedure. Trump's son-in-law is taking part in the talks. Jared Kushner. Witkoff is also openly talking about it as if it was a business opportunity. He's been talking about it like that for quite a lot of time. And like it is very interesting and very telling, the fact that Witkoff has said in an interview that if nuclear weapons were shot, that would be horrible for the stock market. Yeah, that would be the worst. That would be the worst consequence of nuclear war. The stock market crashing. Just so out of touch. I don't even know what to say. It's just horrible that people that treat international relations as business opportunities, as just business. It's just business making, right? It's like real estate. Statecraft is like real estate. They, Europeans, have no peaceful agenda. They're on the side of war. We can clearly see that even when they, and that is part of it. Europe is actually not treating this whole thing as a business venture. Europe is actually treating this as traditional statehood. They don't think, Europe does not think how much money it can get out of the deal with Russia. Europe is thinking more in terms of security, the threat that Russia poses to the security of Europe. What happens should Russia gain ground in Ukraine? What does that mean for a future conflict with Russia? All these sort of questions that Europe has at the forefront of any sort of negotiation to this peace. The fact that Russia is the aggressor, which the United States does not care about in the slightest. The fact that Russia has been waging a genocidal war against Ukraine for a few years now. So that it's something that is not on the mind of the United States, like at all. It's how much money can be gained from this. It's in particular how much money can the United States of America gain from this peace. Like, you have to remember, the United States made a promise to Ukraine that if they sign a minerals deal, that it would keep supporting Ukraine, and that just turned out to be a completely worthless piece of paper, the mineral deal with Ukraine. First of all, because a lot of those minerals are in the Donbass, and now Russia wants the entirety of the Donbass, so that just renders the whole agreement completely worthless. And second of all, if you have a country that views international relations in terms of business, and supporting a country is business in a war, even if they're a victim of aggression, then all that Russia has to do to win the United States' favor is to propose a better deal. You just have to propose a better business deal. And it seems like Russia has done that and is just gathering, just reaping the rewards.
У них нет мирной повестки.
So the Europeans are just warmongers. This is why Europe is being framed that way, that they just want war, they want strife, they're trying to get in the way of negotiations. Europe just has this fantasy of Ukraine winning against Russia. They're not playing ball. They don't treat this as business. They're not willing to throw Ukraine under the bus, and therefore they're just warmongers, and they should be shoved aside. They should be just excluded from the negotiations. Interestingly enough, Ukraine itself is also excluded from the negotiations. So this is just a conversation between the United States and Russia.
Они же на стороне войны. И даже тогда, когда они пытаются якобы внести какие-то изменения в предложение,
Try to make some changes to Trump's proposal. All these changes are aimed at one thing only. And when he says try to make these changes, he means that Europe is changing all the things that are simply unacceptable to Ukraine, giving up territory, limiting the armed forces, having total control over Ukraine's education, religion, international affairs, having control over what Poland can and cannot do with stationing forces on its borders. The fact that that is part of the negotiation supposedly between Ukraine and Russia is laughable to me. Part of a peace plan between Russia and Ukraine is dictating to Poland what it can and cannot do. And Vladimir Putin just now completely seriously tells us that the fact that Europe is trying to change these points, that's a sign of fear-mongering.
Трампа. Мы же это отчетливо видим.
Also, these are not Trump's proposal. This is not Trump's proposal. This proposal was panned by Russia. We already know this. We already have the leaked phone calls. We already know what is happening. So to still call it Trump's proposal is laughable at this point, at this juncture.
Все эти изменения направлены только на одно, на то, что
to block the entire peace process, to put forward demands that are completely unacceptable to Russia. So I agree that Europe has made a grave mistake by actually working on the framework which was the Russian, because it definitely was not Trump's proposal, it was Russia's proposal. Some call it the wish list. I called it the surrender proposal. It's entirely Europe's fault that it, instead of working on these 28 points, that it did not create a proposal of its own from scratch. Europe should have worked with Ukraine, should have worked out its own proposal completely based on this side's interests, and not just tweaked something that was Russia's perfect plan for peace. But that's neither here nor there. There's also, if we translate what Putin is saying here, he is basically just saying, we have our maximalist plan, give us everything. If you even try not to give us any, if there's something that you're trying not to give us, then you're just blocking the entire peace process. We will not budge. We want everything. We want the Donbass. We want all of it. We want all of it. That's the negotiation. We want everything, and in return, we will simply stop attacking Ukraine for now. Anything other than that is just blocking the entire peace process. unless you are willing to throw Ukraine under the bus and do business as usual with us. No punishment for Russia for invasion, rewarding Russia for invasion by giving it territory, total amnesty for all war crimes. Unless you're willing to do that, then you're just warmongers that want to block the entire process.
Чтобы вообще заблокировать весь этот мирный
This whole conversation is a farce from which Ukraine is excluded, Europe isn't excluded.
процесс. Выдвинуть такие требования, которые для России являются абсолютно неприемлемыми, они это понимают.
Like, for God's sake, like, Jared Kushner is part of these negotiations right now in Russia. A businessman. There's none of the people involved in negotiating with Russia have actually any real experience in negotiations like that, in diplomacy. Their speciality is business, which is a completely different thing. For example, a huge difference between negotiations in business and negotiations between states, there are two different. I'm going to just name two differences. Is that in business, you usually, when you negotiate things, you trade services or goods for money. Those are usually how business negotiations go. That's not really what's at stake when it comes to negotiations between states. And Russia understands this. Europe understands this. Ukraine certainly understands this. But the United States somehow at this moment does not seem to understand this. And there's also a very, even more important difference. When you negotiate an agreement in business, there's an enforcing body that makes sure that the agreement is upheld. When you sign a contract on paper in business, there's a state or any other bodies that will enforce the actual that the contract will be fulfilled. So who exactly will be the enforcer of a contract between Ukraine and Russia? Who will be the enforcer of this deal? Because the mechanisms of enforcement in these cases are just completely different, which is why the security guarantees are so important for Ukraine in these negotiations. So going into the negotiations like that with the mindset of, I'm a businessman, I worked in business, so I should be able to transfer these skills to diplomacy. No, that's just that is a very misguided way of thinking about things. Also, they understand this, and thus to blame Russia for the collapse of the peace process. That is their goal. Yeah, I'm sorry, but in real diplomacy, in real peace talks, both sides have to get something from it, not just one side. And then the one side will say, yeah, we get everything and we just stop attacking. And that's our concession, which Trump actually said as well, that the concession that Russia is willing to give is not attacking Ukraine anymore, which is laughable. Therefore, if they truly wish to return to reality based on the situation unfolding on the ground, which he's basically saying we're winning on the ground, we're gaining land, even though it's happening at the cost of the collapse of Russian economy and gigantic loss of life, equipment, and so on and so forth. The implication here is we should be able to just get all of what we demand. Anything else is out of touch with reality, is what he is saying here.
Хотят вернуться действительно на почву реальности, исходя из той ситуации, которая складывается на земле, как в таких случаях.
As I said, in such cases, please, we allow it.
Пожалуйста, мы это допускаем.
Сиярта сегодня вообще...
Today, Sciarto said we could find ourselves at war with Europe. There we go. This is the statement that he has made because all over the news, everywhere, there has been the threat. Not only is Europe being sidelined, but the implication here, again, because Europe is not treating it as a business venture, the entirety of Europe is being framed as warmongers that just push for war. And this is what Vladimir Putin has to say about the whole thing.
Я сказал, что мы можем оказаться в состоянии войны с Европой, вот буквально сегодня. Это на самом деле
This is actually a very serious, almost sensational thing. How do you view it?
вещь очень серьезная, почти сенсационная. Как вы к ней относитесь? Мы
Are we really preparing for something?
к чему-то готовимся, действительно.
We are not planning to go to war with Europe. I have said this 100 times already. It is worth noting that he has also said that about Ukraine. It is worth noting that Putin has said numerous times that he is not planning to invade Ukraine. He said that it was a silly proposition.
Собираемся воевать с Европой, я уже об этом 100 раз сказал. Но если Европа...
But if Europe suddenly wants to go to war with us and starts one, we are ready right now. I don't think Russia is ready to fight Europe. I don't think Russia is ready to fight the entirety of Europe. Quite frankly, Russia was not ready to fight Ukraine. Going into war with Ukraine was a bit, certainly a lapse in judgment.
Европа вдруг захочет с нами воевать и начнет, мы готовы прямо сейчас. Только...
The only thing is that if Europe suddenly wants to start a war with us and does so...
Вопрос в чем? Если Европа вдруг захочет начать с нами войну и начнет ее, то очень...
A situation may very quickly arise in which we will have no one to negotiate
Можно
with.
произойти очень, может быстро произойти ситуация, при которой нам не с кем будет договариваться.
Translation. We will destroy the entirety of Europe. Okay, so that's it. Europe is being sidelined in the negotiations. Europe is being treated as the party that is the aggressor, interestingly enough. And I think it is a very, very interesting turn of events. So, actually don't understand why he didn't invade the Baltic states first, which would ease Europe to occupy immediately than the second biggest country in Europe. Because it's probably because there was already conflict in the Donbass, and he honestly thought that it would be much easier. He underestimated the preparedness of the Russian military. He underestimated the willingness of Ukrainian people to actually accept the invasion, because apparently in 2022, and I still remember that a lot of Russian soldiers actually unironically expected to be greeted with flowers. There was a lot of incompetence, a lot of miscalculation, and a lot of just straight up stupidity on the Russian side. And that is basically what I'm not going to complain about it, but there was also a lot of very badly maintained equipment used in the initial invasion, vehicles with rotting tires, to name a few very classic examples quoted a lot. There was just a lot of miscalculation and a lot of hubris involved in that 2022 initial invasion. What's happening right now, though, is very transparent, very easy to see what is happening. The United States wants to do business. The United States is, I dare say, between Ukraine and Russia, on Russia's side, because Russia has more to offer to the United States when it comes to business opportunity. It doesn't matter how much Ukraine will have to give up. It doesn't matter how this conflict will end for Ukraine. What matters is going back to business as usual and profiting, basically. Europe is completely being thrown under the bus in all of this. Its security does not really matter. Let's just say that the United States is shifting its historical alliances. It's definitely moving away from Europe. It is moving towards Russia, which some of the US politicians are openly saying that Russia has been our historical ally. They've pushed against Napoleon, they've pushed against the Ottoman Empire, they have been our allies in World War II, they're just our historical allies, and we should be with them. And besides, you have Nazis in Ukraine, and Europe is just washed up. So Europe is washed up. It's not worth defending, or it's not even worth supporting. I'm pretty sure that I have to check it. I have it saved somewhere. Some representative of the US has even said that should Europe get in a conflict with Russia, the United States would spare 0 troops to help. Article 5 means nothing, and the best that Europe could count on would be the United States selling weapons to it to defend itself against in case of conflict. Which is interesting because the United States in the past has invoked Article 5 and the other NATO countries responded, but now the United States is saying, nope, that would not happen. We just sell you weapons. That's the version of Article 5 that we are willing to entertain. Okay. That's cool. That's interesting. So I guess that's topic number 1. Any questions, any thoughts? Europe at war? Europe. And of course, Russia it's ridiculous to try to exclude Europe from these negotiations, especially since this topic directly affects the security of Europe. And it is even more ridiculous to exclude Ukraine from these peace negotiations, of course. But that unfortunately is what's happening. That is what's happening. Oh, yeah. Our president has vetoed a bill that would apparently ban having dogs on chains, which is a practice that I personally hate. And let's just say that I highly disagree with this choice. I am glad that he passed the bill that will not allow animals to be raised for fur, the fur industry, that he is sort of putting a stop to that. But I'm definitely not happy about the fact that he vetoed the bill that would not allow dogs to be unchained. Poland's President Karol Nawrocki has vetoed an animal welfare bill that bundled a ban on chaining dogs with new kennel size rules, saying he rejected it because the enclosure requirements were unworkable for rural households. Yeah, it's impossible not to have your dog on a chain or to have a bigger kennel. It's just unworkable. abusing animals should be your right if you live in the village. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous. In a social media clip, Navrotsky said that the bill's intentions were good, but the details were flawed. Although the legislation would have ended the long-term tethering of dogs, a measure he supports, it also introduced large mandatory kennel sizes. I'm sorry, I built kennels. Okay, I built kennels in Ukraine. It's not such a ridiculous demand. Okay, I built kennels from doors and wooden planks. It's just, come on. It is not undoable for people in rural areas. It is very much doable. If we were able to do it with scraps in Ukraine for dogs from the shelter, then it is very much possible. What a stupid excuse to veto a bill. Under the Polish constitution, the head of states can reject proposals passed by parliament. Yes, we all know how the presidential office works in Poland. I mean, maybe not all of us. I have a lot of foreign viewers, but the proposed norms for dog pens were completely unrealistic. Pens the size of small city apartments. There was an absurdity that would hit farmers, breeders, and ordinary village households. Navrotsky, wait. Dog pens the size of small city apartments? I need to check that bill because that's, I mean, dogs should be able to have space to run around. I feel like, yeah, I don't feel like that's still unreasonable at all. I feel like that's still within reason. I feel like, I don't know. I don't like the fact that he vetoed this bill. I will certainly criticize him for it as a dog enthusiast. Okay, I guess we can talk about the peace talks. I don't think we're gonna start with Zelensky here. We're gonna start with something else. We're gonna start with the negotiation itself. We're gonna start with the people involved in the negotiation itself. How does that sound? Also, let me check something before I get into it fully. Live. Who is live? Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Let us continue. I think we're going to start with from a different place than Zelensky though. Let me go to my stuff. There we go. The first footage from We're gonna start here, I feel like. We all know who went to Russia. Witkoff, the special envoy, and Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, the businessman, which already should tell us everything that we need, everything to know about this supposed negotiation, that it's just a business negotiation rather than a negotiation for a just peace for Ukraine. Another red flag would be, of course, the fact that Ukraine is not participating in its own negotiation, in its own peace negotiation. The United States is. So let us start with this footage, initial footage of the meeting. A pleased Putin, who just an hour earlier was announcing a war with Europe, melted into smiles and polite small talk. Did you manage to take a walk around the city? A beautiful walk, Witkoff replied. The Moscow authorities are rightfully proud of what they've done to develop the capital in recent years. I hope you were able to see it for yourself. Yes, it's an amazing city. Thank you very much. That is the whole conversation that we were able to get. Of course, ever since then, we've got new developments that were quite predictable. It was not a mystery what would happen during this negotiations, especially if you have such pro-Russia predisposed special envoy and a businessman on the side of the US. And bear in mind, the United States is not representing Ukraine in these negotiations. They pretend to be this neutral middleman, this sort of the United States pretends to be a not a negotiator, a mediator between these two countries, but actually it's becoming very apparent that the United States represents the interests of Russia in these negotiations, wants to end the conflicts as soon as possible, no matter how much pressure has to be put on Ukraine. And it is also becoming painfully obvious that that the United States are just looking to enrich themselves in this peace deal and to enrich Russia in this peace deal. Something that should not be happening to a genocidal invader, but right now we are where we are.
You've had a walk around the city, right? Beautiful walk. It was Mr. Uskov organizing that, and together with the Moscow authorities.
It's a farce, a complete farce of negotiating, throwing Ukraine under the bus for the sake of lucrative deals.
The Moscow authorities take pride, rightly, for what they have done for the development of Moscow in recent years. I hope you've been able to see for yourselves.
Yes, it's a magnificent city.
Да, это удивительный город.
Thank you.
What a joke. What a joke of a negotiation. Now we can...
A walk around the city. Beautiful.
Now we can talk about Zelensky's worries when it comes to these negotiations. Now we can talk a little bit about what are Zelensky's a little bit hesitation when it comes to this peace process.
US officials sent by President Donald Trump came to Moscow on Tuesday for high-level talks on peace in Ukraine. The US delegation consisting of two of Trump's trusted advisors.
Son-in-law, experience in business, not in any sort of negotiating, not in any sort of Oh, a business negotiation, but none in diplomacy. Steve Witkoff, real estate guy, close friend to Donald Trump. No experience in diplomacy, which shows.
Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. The meeting starting with an exchange of pleasantries about the Russian capital.
You've had a walk around the city. Yes, it's a
Even before the meeting, peace plan for Russia accepting a revised peace plan got dashed even before the meeting began.
The Europeans put forward demands that are absolutely unacceptable for Russia.
Yeah, there you go. Russia has actually reiterated during this meeting that they will not agree to any changes to what land Russia will receive. Russia will never agree for Ukraine not to reduce its military forces. And I think NATO was the third one.
And they know it. The goal is to later blame Russia for the end of the peace process.
The original 28-point peace plan, which included major territorial concessions by Ukraine, has since been negotiated down by Kyiv and its European partners. They're once again pointing out that if Russia wants peace, it should agree to an immediate ceasefire. Instead, Russian President Vladimir Putin has war on his mind.
If Europe suddenly decides to wage war against us and starts it, we are ready right now. There can be no doubt about that.
And before the US delegation even arrived in Moscow, Putin attempted to boost his position in the negotiations. He first claimed the Russians have taken the key city of Pokrovsk
That's right.
in the east of Ukraine. But while this footage released by Russia shows its soldiers in the city's center, Ukraine denies the entire town has fallen to the invaders. And analysts back this up.
There are Ukrainian forces in the city, there are Russian forces in the city, they are fighting. If you look at just the Ukrainian sources, there is a lot of evidence that the Russians are taking very severe casualties.
Also on Tuesday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov...
And the whole strategy when it comes to Ukrainian side is making those offensive unsustainable for Russia. To make the loss in human life, in equipment, in everything just unsustainable. To retreat to a more fortified positions and make Russia commit, overcommit, and make it unsustainable. And that would be a starting point for an actual negotiation with proper aid from the West. But we are where we are.
Hosted his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi in the Russian capital.
And yes, China is also taking part in these negotiations. China, the United States, and Russia are deciding on Ukraine's future without Ukraine.
I know that today is a busy, tense and significant day for Russia, yet today you still found time to meet with me. This is precisely a testament to the high level of our mutual trust and cooperation.
This is a testament to the terrible state of affairs that we have found ourselves in. Russia invades Ukraine, tries to erase the Ukrainians as a people, and they're seemingly being rewarded by it, by receiving a red carpet treatment and a nice, cozy negotiation between the US, China, and Russia. Who cares about Ukraine?
A show of close partnership between the two superpowers on the very same day the US delegation arrived for the talks on Ukraine.
Telling the Americans, look, we can always go to the Chinese. They'll work with us. Or Vladimir Putin saying, we have taken Pokrovsk and Donetsk after, I must remind you, a 17-month offensive to try to take a single town. Of course it's PR.
With little to none diplomatic experience between Witkoff and Kushner.
Yep, they only have experience in business, and they are doing their best to treat this as a business venture.
The pair recently emerged as more business-oriented when it comes to bringing peace to Ukraine.
Not recently, it's been a long time. It's been a thing for a long time for Witkoff.
When they make deals, they're not deals in the traditional sense of this mistaken label that's being used, a peace plan. They're not like diplomatic settlements. They're not like conflict resolution. They are deals to try to make money.
Steve Witkoff was even caught on.
That is a horrible way to view these sort of negotiations. It is doomed to fail. Because Russia doesn't just want money. Russia doesn't just want to do business. Russia has geopolitical goals in the area and beyond that it wants to fulfill no matter what. It wants to fulfill it whether or not Putin's in charge. It will continue to pursue this policy should Putin go. That is the reality of the situation. Russia's goals go beyond just making money. And it seems like the United States are having a lot of trouble grasping this reality.
On tape in mid-October, advising the Russians on how to flatter Trump to get him on board a peace deal benefiting both Moscow and Washington.
Yeah, exactly. This peace deal would benefit Moscow and Washington. Well, what about Kyiv? What about Ukraine? I feel like, whoa. Someone has been forgotten.
Not Kyiv. This has made Ukraine especially skeptical before the talks in Russia.
There's no expectation by anybody that there might be that Russia might make major concessions or even minor ones.
While Russia is putting the blame on Ukraine and Europe for standing in the way of peace, Putin himself hasn't agreed to any proposal yet, even the original 28-point plan laid.
Of course, because that is not within his interest to agree to any plan. Because he wants Ukraine. That is the reality of the situation. He does not want lucrative business deals first and foremost.
Out by the US. For TVP World, I'm Kazimierz Łysiak.
That's not what Russia wants, not by a long shot. In a surgical way. Anything else? There you go. That is what we have on the piece. That is what we have so far. Okay. Any questions? Oh, there you go. There's been a new development. Thank you. We already have a new development. How wonderful. Boom. In real time. Putin showed up over an hour late, then met in the Kremlin with US envoys Stephen Witkoff and Jared Kushner, joined by Ushakov and Dmitriev. Outcome: no compromise on Ukraine and no Putin-Trump meeting planned. Moscow got 4 more documents on top of Trump's 28-point Ukraine plan called Some Ideas Discussable and rejected others, including on territory. Only the general substance was discussed. So this whole thing was an exercise of wasting time. Once again, a peace plan that is going nowhere, will not lead to anything. Nobody will gain or profit from it. I will solve this conflict within 24 hours. Well done. Well done, Donald Trump. Both sides now talk about long-term settlement and prospects for cooperation while admitting they're not closer on Ukraine. Hey, you know, this peace deal is not getting any closer to being actually agreed upon, but Let's talk about our long-term cooperation. Russia is stringing Washington along and treating Washington's efforts with open contempt. Wonderful. Putin's aide Ushakov on the results of the meeting. There you go. The territorial issue is the most important for us and for the Americans as well. A compromise option hasn't been found yet, but some American developments look more or less acceptable. But they need to be discussed. Some of the wording that we were offered doesn't work for us. So it seems that once again, there's been a meeting. It was very nice, very cordial. They talked about Moscow. It was all very nice, but once again, it led to absolutely nothing. To nobody's surprise, I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen. Hello, fake Alec Carl Parker. Welcome to the stream. I knew this would happen. And when I say I knew this would happen, I knew nothing would happen. Okay. It's a pathetic farce. Of course, I'll be going to Ukraine soon, and I will be asking people. I will be trying to get the temperature of what Ukrainian people think of this peace deal. Fake Alec Carl Parker not even trying to engage in the subject matter of what I'm doing on stream. Very disappointing. Reagan is rolling in his grave. It's all very pathetic. I just don't. I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen from the very beginning. Anytime Trump says something along the lines of, oh, we're getting close. Oh, this whole deal is so close to being consummated. We're close to having a peace deal. All I can say is, yeah, no, I don't think so. We're not close to anything. Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing will come out of this. This will be another empty meeting with no results. Because Russia just wants everything and will not agree to anything, really. That does not include it getting its maximum demands. Welcome, Estelle. How are you? President Sunday has not rated me once again. I'm very disappointed. But I'm glad to see you here. You're here now, so everything is good. It is. I will be talking to Ukrainian people about what they think of these negotiations. Definitely, I will be. This is one thing that I'll probably record and just immediately release almost without any edits. I'll just ask people what they think and I'll just release it as part of a segment or something. Because I feel like people should learn about it. Okay, so we've done 2 Ukrainian topics back to back. Very important ones. Oh yeah. Yeah. Hungary wants more money for its military. Hungary wants more military money from the European Unions. I want to talk about talk about Navrotsky. I want to talk about Navrotsky. Because I feel like I have not talked about this. Oh, whoa. This is why Trump's peace plan won't end. US President Donald Trump made ending the war in Ukraine anger over the plan. New negotiations, no reason for peace. Kiev and Moscow at odds. Yeah, all this is very obvious, and I've talked about it already, so whatever. Where is it? Navrotsky cancels visit to Orban. Boom. There we go. Let's go to the Kyiv Independent for me not to just rely on one source. I feel like this is a very good move, by the way. I will praise the Polish president for this. So at first it was supposed to be a regular meeting with Orban. Then it was supposed to be a limited meeting with Viktor Orban. And then the Polish president has just straight up canceled the meeting altogether. And the reason behind it is because Viktor Orban, who is a very openly pro-Russian leader, depends on Russian energy, while at the same time very recently asking for more money from the European Union to modernize his military, which begs the question because the European Union is modernizing its militaries and ramping up militarization because of the threat from Russia. But Hungary is a very openly pro-Russia, anti-Ukraine, anti-European Union. So the question, I guess, that comes to mind is, who are they trying to modernize against if they see Russia as such a staunch ally? But that's neither here nor there. Orban has been a very pro-Russian leader. That is the only thing we need to focus on right now. And that is why after Viktor Orban has went to Russia to discuss with Vladimir Putin the state of the war, the dire straits that Hungary has found itself in because of the war, how Ukraine is to blame, Europe is to blame, but not Russia, not the invader. President of Poland, Karol Nawrocki, has made a decision to cancel his meeting with Viktor Orban. That is basically the context of what is happening. That is the context for the cancellation of the meeting. Cancelled meeting. He said so on November 30th. That was the announcement. Nawrocki and Orban were set to meet a day after December the 3rd summit of the Visegrad Group in Hungary, where the presidents of Czechia, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia will gather. President Karol Nawrocki decided to limit the program of his visit to Hungary exclusively to the summit of the presidents of the Visegrad Group. Marcin Przydacz, head of the International Policy Office of the Polish presidency, posted on X. Europe's security depends on solidarity action, including in the field of energy, Przydacz wrote while referring to Orban's trip to Moscow. And by Europe's security depends on solidarity, it means becoming independent from Russian energy, which interestingly enough, Slovakia is also dependent on it. Both Hungary and Slovakia are very much dependent on Russian energy. The EU is phasing out imports of Russian gas, nuclear energy, and oil. Hungary, which is reliant on Russia for 86% of its oil, according to the Atlantic Council, up from 61% before the full-scale invasion. So they've not decreased their dependency on Russian energy; they have increased it. Has repeatedly protested European policies aimed at ending imports of Russian energy. You know, the thing that directly funds the war against Ukraine. The main thing that funds Russia's war machine. Orban said on November 14 that Hungary would sue the EU over its decision to ban Russian gas imports. Good luck. I would like to see the results of such a lawsuit. It would be very interesting to see. Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha praised Navratil's move as a good decision, and I agree. It is definitely a good show of solidarity, of unity. It is a very important pivot because before this, Navratil has been very focused on fighting European integration, of parodying law and justice being the party that has been in charge, a far-right party that has been in charge in Poland till the end of 2023. It is important to note that while Navratil has been for a while now on his anti-European Union rhetoric, and this signals that he understands that the actual threat to Poland is not the European Union and integration, but Russia. And there is a very important additional reason why Navratil has decided to cancel the meeting with Orban, apart from Orban's own visit to Putin. And that reason is, of course, the current peace proposal that is being pushed against Ukraine. The president of Poland, Navratil, as well as the Law and Justice Party, have depended on the United States, depended on NATO, depended on the friendship that Navratil thought he had with Donald Trump, his personal relationship with him. He thought that that would be a good guarantor of Poland's security. He has very severely miscalculated in that regard. The current events, the 28-point peace plan, the way the negotiations with Russia, not with Ukraine, are going, the way that the United States have said that it would not directly support NATO states with troops, all of this shows that Poland's security is compromised, if not non-existent. And that means that Navratil has to pivot from his policy from before, which was more Eurosceptic, anti-European Union and integration, and has to become much more aggressively anti-Russia. And hence he cancelled the meeting with Orban. You could say that the United States has put Navratil in this position through his policy towards Ukraine and more widely towards Europe. It is good to see. It is definitely good to see that as the geopolitical realities change, so do the actions of the president of Poland. It is good to see that he does not just blindly move ahead, just blindly just storm ahead saying, no, Trump is still our best friend. He still will protect us. He still wants what's best. It's good to see such a pivot from Nawrocki. It is definitely something that is good to see. It shows Poland's principled. This is what Andriy Sybiha, Ukraine's foreign minister, is saying. It shows Poland's principled stance and strong sense of solidarity, reaffirming its commitment to European unity and security at a crucial moment, the Ukrainian minister said on X. And I would agree with that. It does show that Nawrocki understands where security priorities lie in this whole situation that is unfolding before our eyes in real time. Radosław Sikorski, Poland's foreign minister and a member of the Civic Coalition Party, the opposing political bloc to Nawrocki, described the rebuff of Orban as interesting in a post on X. A few more months and maybe they'll realize that those who hate the European Union and Ukraine usually love Russian President Vladimir Putin, he wrote. Nawrocki has opposed Ukraine's NATO and EU accession and has repeatedly called on Kyiv to address historical issues between the two countries, including the 1943-45 Volhynia massacres. At the same time, the Polish president has backed continued military assistance for Kyiv and repeatedly warned against the Russian threat to Poland and Europe. Przydac's statement on X also said that President Karol Nawrocki consistently advocates for seeking real ways to end the war in Ukraine caused by the Russian Federation, and the peace plan penned by Russia and pushed by the United States is definitely not that. It is absolutely definitely not that. So I'm definitely glad that he has made this decision. It is very interesting to see that in a way the United States, through its current policy, is pushing away even its staunchest and most fanatical of allies. All right. Oof. Questions? Any questions for me about any of this? Loner Logs. Huh. Oh no, that's old. Whew. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have to. Oh. So that's it. We've done even some Polish news, which of course are succinct. Succinct, is that a compliment, or is that, are you complimenting me, or Are you saying I should have said more? Trump's envoy and son-in-law. Jesus. What a world. Oh, it's a compliment. Thank you. I'm trying to find my rhythm. All right, let's... I want to check out the Venezuela situation. Because there's been a ridiculous... The whole Venezuela situation... It's a compliment. Oh. What happened? What happened? Fake Alec Cole Parker. Order to execute Venezuela boat survivors. BBC. I agree. What would it be? Do-do-do. Okay, let's listen about this. Oh. Well, my hair is a mess with it because, you know, as I'm out of the bath. I brushed it a bit. I've brushed my hair a bit. Okay, let's see. I have not talked about this. Oh my god, advert, of course. Ridiculous.
To be clear, does the administration deny that that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Abe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd,
War on terror or what?
Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated.
To clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was
Okay.
well within his authority to do so. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law. He directed the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat of narco-terrorists to the United States was completely eliminated.
So basically, the United States had a boat. There were two people just clinging to the boat for their life, and an order was given to kill them, to execute them. Which I have no clue how those people posed a threat at that point to the United States, or I have no clue what the exact reasoning was here. A top of US Navy admiral ordered a second round of strikes on an alleged Venezuelan drug boat. An alleged drug boat. The White House confirmed the double trap strike on 2nd September has drawn bipartisan scrutiny among US lawmakers. The Washington Post recently reported that two people survived the first blast and were still clinging to the burning vessel when they were killed, raising fresh legality questions. Apparently the justification for it was that they could have called for help via a radio, which I find to be a very dubious explanation. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said on Monday that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth authorized the strikes but did not give an order to kill everybody, as the report said. I mean, if there were just two people clinging for their life to a burning wreck, and what exactly was the point of the second tap, of the second strike, if not to kill everybody, if only two guys were alive and clinging for their life? Like, of course, the purpose of this was to kill everybody. Admiral Frank Bradley worked well within his authority and law in ordering the national strike. And I think there's a legal interpretation of the whole thing. Experts explain the law, what this law is about killing survivors. Although I think that even if law allows it, I personally think that it's messed up. I really feel like it's messed up to just shoot the boat with a second strike, to just kill two dudes clinging to their life that could not really do anything, affect anything. I think it's messed up. So use non-lethal missiles? I don't think those exist. Like, ridiculous. Okay, let's see. It doesn't matter whether the US is in an armed conflict with drug cartels, as the Trump administration asserts. Such a fatal second strike would have violated peacetime laws, and those governing armed conflict, the experts say. Well, yeah, if you're gonna invoke wartime regulation, then you cannot just turn around and say it doesn't matter if we're at war, because then peacetime regulation applies, right? I can't imagine anyone, no matter what the circumstance, believing it is appropriate to kill people who are clinging to a boat in the water, said Michael Schmidt, a former Air Force lawyer and professor emeritus at the U.S. Naval War College. That is clearly unlawful. And you know what? I agree with this assessment. It's completely messed up to just order a second strike on two people clinging to life. It's crazy. And to then turn around and say, yeah, actually, I would like to tell you that the order was not to kill everybody. Well, what do you mean? Well, then why was the strike conducted if not to kill everybody? And by everybody, we mean two people left alive. The White House confirmed Monday that a second strike was conducted in September against a vessel accused of trafficking drugs off the west coast of Venezuela, and insisted it was done in self-defense and in accordance with the laws of armed conflict. So let me get this straight. The United States has conducted a second strike against two defenseless men clinging to their life, clinging to a burning wreck of a ship, of a boat, and the United States did it in self-defense. That was an act of self-defense. Words don't mean anything, do they? Words don't mean anything anymore. If this is self-defense, killing two completely defenseless men in the middle of the water. Self-defense. Okay. Where is the... Wow. Self-defense. Where is the... Clearly unlawful. Self-defense. A news report about that attack spawned a new level of scrutiny from lawmakers and added a growing debate about whether service members can refuse to follow illegal orders, which some Democratic lawmakers recently encouraged. I think they should. Okay? I think if you get an order to execute defenseless people, you should be able to refuse that order. And you should not be threatened by execution for it. Hot take? Maybe. But I feel like you should be able to refuse. Here's what to know about the strikes and laws of armed conflict, which the United States is not even in an armed conflict as far as I know. What's said of the debate? The Washington Post reported last week that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth issued a spoken directive to kill everybody on a boat targeted on September 2nd, and now the representative said that there was no order to kill everybody, so we don't really know, I guess, if this particular order was given. But to me, it doesn't matter. If there are only two people left alive and a second strike is ordered, then the kill everybody is pretty heavily implied in that order. Okay, if there are only a couple of people alive and you conduct a second strike, then what exactly is the other reason for doing that than to kill everybody? The first vessel hit in what the Trump administration calls a counter-drug campaign that has grown to over 20 known strikes and more than 80 people dead. 2 men survived that first attack, which killed 9 others, and were clinging to the wreckage, the newspaper reported. The commander in charge, Admiral Frank Bradley, ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's instruction to killing the 2 men, the Post reported. Hegseth called it fake news. Yeah, okay, sure. I'm sorry that I'm just gonna say I do not trust Pete Hegseth on anything that he says. I am willing to believe that the order was in fact given to kill everybody directly in those words, and Pete Hegseth is not doing anything to alleviate my worries on the matter by just saying it's fake news. Fake news on social media saying the boat strikes are in compliance with the law of armed conflict and approved by the best military and civilian lawyers up and down the chain of command. Okay, then it's not fake news. Okay? This is so contradictory. If it's fake news, then it didn't happen. But first Hegseth says it's fake news. But then he continued with, but no, it's actually not fake news at all. It's just perfectly above board. It's just legal. It's just perfectly approved. Well, if it's approved by the best military and civilian lawyers, then it's not fake news. It cannot be both. This is so stupid. How can it be fake news and approved at the same time? President Donald Trump said Sunday that the administration will look into it, but added that I wouldn't have wanted that. Not a second strike. Oh, whoa, no. grandpa said that he would not have approved. That's not good. He noted that Hegseth told him he did not order the death of those two men. Well, yeah, he did. By ordering the second strike. Again, what was the purpose of the second strike if not to kill these men? Come on. Yeah, I ordered the second strike, but I didn't mean really to kill those two men. Sure. Sure he didn't. White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt told reporters Monday that Bradley had ordered the second strike and was well within his authority. Yes, we all know it. It's all above board. It's all legal. It's all good. It's just ridiculous. She denied that Hegseth said to leave no survivors. I mean, there were only 2 survivors. So again, what was the purpose of the second strike if not to kill them? The administration has justified the attacks as a necessary escalation to stem the flow of drugs into the United States and asserted the US is engaged in an armed conflict with drug cartels similar to the war against Al-Qaeda following the September 11th attacks. I'm pretty sure that the United States has announced that the leader of Venezuela is a member of the cartel. So that happened. The Venezuela leader is a part of the cartel now. This is some of the most surreal things in a while, isn't it? We ordered a second strike, but we actually did not mean to kill anybody. We actually only meant to kill the one out of the 2 guys clinging to life. We didn't mean to kill everybody, just 1 out of 2. What the law allows during armed conflict, a second strike killing survivors would have been illegal under any circumstance, armed conflict or not, Schmidt said. He said the US is not in a legitimate armed conflict with drug cartels to begin with, which would have to be committing high levels of violence against the country, not just trafficking drugs that kill Americans. Even if it was, it has been clear for well over a century that you may not declare what's called the no quarter, take no survivors, kill everyone, Schmidt said. Yeah, there's a reason why Russia's being very, very criticized for its double tap attacks. Okay? Whether an armed conflict is taking place likely would not be settled by an international body like the International Criminal Court, to which the US is not a party, said Matthew Waxham, a Columbia University law professor who was a national security official in the George W. Bush administration. The US, however, could face blowback from allies, which may decline to share information for military operations that are illegal under their own laws or international law, said Waxman, who served in the State of Defense departments and on the National Security Council under Bush. America's armed conflicts against Al-Qaeda received support from the UN Security Council, NATO, and US allies, he said. The legal threat posed to US military personnel. There you go. We get into that. The ability for personnel to just refuse to refuse orders when they are illegal, to refuse to do things that are clearly in violation of the law. If the US is not in an armed conflict, that means it violated international human rights law, which governs how countries treat individuals, Schmidt said. You can only use lethal force in circumstances where there is an imminent threat, Schmidt said. And there was no imminent threat. Those people were clinging to their dear lives. they were not in a position to do anything, to pose any threat. Brian Finucane, a senior advisor with the International Crisis Group and former State Department lawyer, agreed that the US is not in an armed conflict with drug cartels. The term for a premeditated killing outside of armed conflict is murder, Finucane said, adding that US military personnel could be prosecuted in American courts. Oh, well, that's good. I guess those American soldiers were just fucked by the brass. They were just fucked. They were ordered to commit illegal acts, and they did it because like you have to listen to orders, which is why the conversation about being able to refuse illegal orders is, I would say, quite I don't know, it feels very, how should you say it? I feel like it's very much on point, relevant. Okay. Murder on the high seas is a crime, he said. Conspiracy to commit murder outside of the United States is a crime. And under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Article 118 makes murder an offense. The Pentagon's own manual of the laws of war describes a scenario similar to the September 2nd boat strike when discussing when service members should refuse to comply with unlawful orders. Oh, so we have a textbook case of when soldiers should have refused to listen to the order. That is very interesting. For example, the manual says orders to fire upon the shipwrecked would be clearly illegal. What Congress has said about what comes next. Leaders of the armed services committees in both the House and Senate have opened investigations. Republican Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi, chairman of the Senate's committee, and its top Democrat Rhode Island Senator Jack Reed said the committee will be conducting vigorous oversight to determine the facts related to those circumstances. I feel like the people that listen to the orders are the most, well, apart from the people killed, of course, they're the second most screwed in all of this. I feel like the people in command will face much less consequence than the people that actually listened to the order and executed it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's gonna be the case, actually, unironically. Concern about the second strike comes after a group of Democratic lawmakers, all veterans of the armed services and intelligence community, released a video calling on U.S. military members to defy illegal orders. And I believe Trump's response to that was to say that they should be executed for saying that. So, very nice times we are living in, very interesting times that we are experiencing right now. Among them was Senator Mark Kelly, an Arizona Democrat and former Navy fighter pilot, who has questioned the use of the military to attack the alleged drug boats. The Pentagon says it's investigating Kelly over possible breaches of military law tied to the video. Oh, okay. Attacking harmless civilians is okay, but posting a video, no, that's a crime. I see how it is. It makes perfect sense to me. Kelly said Monday that if what seems to have happened actually happened, I'm really concerned about our service members. I am a bit concerned as well, I guess. Senate Majority Leader John Thune has defended the boat strikes as stopping the flow of narcotics into the U.S. and set to wait for the outcome of the reviews. Obviously, if there was a direction to take second shot and kill people, that's a violation of unethical, moral, or legal code. Wait, so again, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse at this point, but what was the purpose of the second strike if not to kill? What was it? The ship's already destroyed. It's a burning wreck. You have two people clinging for life to it. What was the reason for the second strike if not to kill those people? Please explain it to me. What was the purpose? We need to get to the bottom of it. I would like to hear some weirdly concocted alternative explanation as to why the strike was done. I would love that. So 2 people were killed. People are twisting into pretzels to try to justify it. And this is where we are. And also the leader of Venezuela is designated as a member of a drug cartel. Yep. The purpose is posturing. I mean, sure, but wait. Okay, that's sure, that's part of it, but you cannot do the posture without killing the people. Like if you have 2 survivors on a boat and you order a second, like that's one of the purposes, posturing, sure. But you can like don't you I will never be convinced that the purpose was not to kill these men. Oh yeah, we didn't think they'd die. We never intended to kill these guys with that second strike directly aimed at them, where they were clinging to the ship and could not really move away from it. Come on, that's ridiculous. But again, this is the reality that we have found ourselves in. Interesting times. We are living in interesting times. Never expendable. I mean, that is true, but that's just in this context, saying that is just admitting to a crime. You know? Saying lives are expendable in this particular context is just admitting to a crime. Crazy. Have we actually done all the topics that I had planned for tonight? I should start a poll. Play some games. Yeah, and then more poll. No. Do more poll now. It's not a crime if the president and extension the government does it. Yeah, it's still a crime. It's still a crime if the president and by extension the government does it, because it's a crime because it's not a violation of domestic law, it's a violation of international law, in which case it doesn't matter if the president and by extension the government does it. Because the law that is being violated is international. So it actually does not matter if the president or the government does it. Which, by the way, that is exactly why Trump covered his ass by saying, "Oh yeah, I did not agree to this." And my good man Hexeth says that he did not intend it. So Trump doesn't say, "Oh yeah, it's cool, it's good, lives are expendable." No, Trump says, "No, I don't agree with this. I would not have done the second strike." He said as much. No, their argument will not be that. Their argument will not be that if the president and by extension the government does it, then it's legal. It's already not their argument. The argument, Trump's argument is, I would not have done the second strike, and all the other people's argument is, we did not intend to kill them. We intended something else. We did not intend to do this crime. If we intended to kill them, it would have been a crime, but it's not because we did not intend it. So, you know, I'm saying their argumentation is not exactly, oh, we don't care, we did it, and lives are expendable. Their argument is like, we super respect life, and we totally did not intend to kill anybody in this second strike. So they're not saying we did it, but because we did it is not a crime. They say we did not commit a crime. It's not the same. Okay, but international law is ringing my country's sovereignty. We have to just ignore it. True. That is unironically the argument made by states, by the way, so it's not even a joke. Bombing random people is not good. Yeah, but it's not just that they're saying we did not intend to do it. They say we did not target people. We just targeted the boat. So their justification is not even we did not intend it. It's just we didn't target them. If they died, then it's just, you know, unfortunate. It was an accident. It's all very stupid, and I can definitely agree that nobody will face consequence, because who exactly is going to enforce the arrest? We'll see. We will see. There is an internal investigation. That is the only way that anybody would face any consequence, but I am not super hopeful. We'll see. I guess we'll just have to keep following this. I'm not super hopeful. Okay, need more than one vote. Did you vote, Estelle? Estelle, did you vote? Have you voted? Oh, we haven't finished yet. Cool. I voted. Oh, were you the only person that voted? You want more politics? You were the person that voted? Two voted for games? Wait. How did the side... How did the site page thing go? I voted, you voted. More people should vote. Okay, great. 2 votes for games and 0 for continued discussion. Wait, so 1 was games? Wait, fake Alec Kyle Parker voted for games? Okay, I guess we'll have to... I guess we're doing the mystery game then. I guess it's settled. We've done a few solid topics for today. I'm gonna have to edit it later. Full boot. Okay, I'm switching the chat to the phone. I voted now. What did you vote for? Oh, I have to check your vote. Well, side chat trumps YouTube chat, so right now games are winning. Okay, the chat is on the phone. Yeah, but as I said, the side chat is worth more than the YouTube chat, so it's not a draw. It's a win by the side chat because the side chat is the more valuable chat because of capitalism and all that stuff. Whoa. Let's see how the situation looks like. L? Well, you know, it is what it is. Whoa. Okay, I very much underestimated that ice place. Actually, close game. Interesting. Maybe there is a safe state. How does Europol work? What do you mean? Besides not experiencing the full story, does finishing the game in one shot do anything? Yes, it proves that you are good. Which is everything to me. Proving that I'm good is everything to me, is everything to my ego and self-esteem. My worth as a gamer, PM. Now it's a draw, by the way. But I already started the game. Depends. It seems like nobody has jurisdiction anywhere anymore. It's all a wash. Really. This is a good. Okay. Okay. Wait, this is better. Yes. Ah, yes. You've missed all the cool political segments, Maho. Maybe later we'll do some more. If everybody's good. Also consider donating and subscribing, etc. Because I'm preparing for the next trip for Ukraine. Skill. Side slash. Over slice. Rest. Jolt bow. Oh, good. Cool. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Now we're ready. Now I have to buy a ton of items. Yep. 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 Oh yeah, I think I have sellable items that I can sell right now. So we're gonna sell those. Hold on. Zenny purse, definitely. Yep. I think I have more. No. Yes. Anything else that I can sell? No. Okay, now I'm ready. I am ready. Why is there an ice cavern in this corporate building? That's my question. Why is there an ice cavern here? Also, Moho, do you know this game? Is this your first exposure to this game? Okay, we did it. Boomer game? That's not really an answer to my question, but... Oh, shit. Steal attempt has failed. Oh. Do you know, but you do know Breath of Fire, right? I think. The series. You cannot combo magic, I guess. You cannot combo magic. Oh, well, this is the basically the last real entry in the series, Breath of Fire 5, or rather Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter. Hold on. Yes, hire you. Okay, we can leave now. This isn't a mobile gamer. Respect. Yes. Why did you check that that there was a Breath of Fire game, technically speaking, after this, which was a mobile game? Yeah, I don't count it. I will never count a mobile game. It's impossible.邪魔だよ。クソ野郎。You're gonna try to approach? Oh. Nah. I'd rather do it on a handheld console, to be honest, than on a phone. Phone controls are horrible usually for games. So no, you're better off just using a dedicated handheld console for gaming than a phone. You can attach controller, but mobile games are usually horribly designed. And the consoles have the inbuilt controller, so it's handier. Then placing the phone, I don't know, it feels like less of a hassle. Because if you say that you can attach the controller to the phone, then suddenly it becomes less usable as a phone. And if you use it with Bluetooth, then you suddenly have two separate devices that you have to manage. The phone and the controller. Oh yeah, that's true, but I'm speaking controller-wise. Oh, good. That's good. Alright. Welcome, welcome, Philip August. Oh yeah, is anybody in the Twitch chat? Just gonna check if I'm not ignoring anyone. Nope. Wait, it's prideful foul prick, but I think it's... Is this you? Philip August? Is this you? Wonderful combo. Oh, double sneeze. Somebody just complimented me. I feel honored by your compliment, whoever it is that just complimented me. guess we're playing all the cool original games here. Whoa. Controller drift. I hate this. Sometimes I feel like the bomb thing is not worth it. Mm-hmm. Right. I guess we snatched the wake up. I don't think there's any healing magic in this game. Okay. Huh. Whoop. Healing is for the weak? Well, thank God I'm not weak, and the game does not allow me to be weak. This is actually a difficult game. I'm not sure if you were here for the whole explanation last time, but this game actually has an inbuilt give up option, which the game actually very actively encourages you to use. This game be quite brutal. This is quite the brutal game. Resource management is very much the name of the game. So look, if I go into the menu, you have L2 emergency, give up. You restart the game with some of the experience and equipment. Greetings. Yes, I will take the greetings, which is a skill. What does the give up option do? I just told you, you restart the game, but with some of the experience and equipment and items. This game is basically designed to be played through multiple times. You unlock new bits of the story when you do. Because there's a social system, D ratio, 1/8192, and the more you beat the game, you can lower that ratio, you can up your social score, and that unlocks doors and dungeons for you and more story cutscenes. So to unlock the full story, you have to beat the game several times. I play, but I don't have a PS2. Well, you know what happens, what you can do when you don't have a specific console. There's a solution to that, if you will. Oh yeah, also this game, do you see this percentage? This game has a gimmick, which is the dragon transformation. When you use it, you're basically invincible in battle. But it raises this percentage meter by a lot. And once this percentage meter reaches 100%, it's game over, you die. Also, this percentage meter increases with every step you take in the game. Every step you take brings you closer to game over. have to hire more guys. Yeah, you can develop your own little city in here. Why? Because you have a dragon power in you that kills you. And once that percentage meter hits 100%, your own power kills you, basically. That's basically the end story justification. Because your best friend basically murdered you along the way and your dragon power revived you. Yeah, your best friend who has a much higher social status than you. But you refuse to follow orders and you decide to spare the girl which is cargo, and he wanted to kill the girl which is cargo, and you had a disagreement which led to him stabbing you in the knee and then in the throat, basically. That's what happened in this story. When I'm looking at the phone, I'm looking at the chat, by the way, because I only have one screen. I should have taken the second screen from Ukraine. That would have been the smart thing to do, but I don't always do the smart thing. We got the key. You know what? We're actually doing pretty well this time. I'm actually thinking of doing a huge rehaul of the whole channel thing. Has to wait until I actually do the necessary first step. Oh. Cute. They leave us so quickly, don't they? What do you plan on rehauling? Well, first of all I want to start a new channel for the interview material from Ukraine, war journalism material. Second of all, I think I'd like to start a new channel for political content and make this current channel only for gaming. What do you think? Because I feel like the algorithm is all over the place for this channel. That's basically the plan. Actually, oh, wait, what? Well, someone hit me with a powerful quote from Hitchens. Someone wrote under my video, I'm going to change a quote from Christopher Hitchens. Transphobia, a word created by fascists to be used by cowards to manipulate morons. I just wrote, wonderful. Now if you would please justify this cute little quote change. I assume it's a simple task for you. Like, come on. I feel like making super channel for like Ukraine stuff makes sense since it's more serious and you want to make a professional career out of it. Yeah. Yeah, but you only come here for gaming. You don't really come for my political stuff. To be fair, so you are already basically only keeping up with my one channel, the games, no? Is that unfair of me to say? Oh, you want to see Fido, by the way? Because I'm at my mom's place right now. And I brought Fido with me. Should I make it a little bit dog content? Wait, I'll bring Fido here. I'll be like Hassan Piker. Okay? I'm a leftist streamer that does the dog content. Yeah. Okay, he's asleep. He doesn't wanna move. Whatever. He's in the corridor between rooms and he's too sleepy to listen to me. No dog content. Do you disagree, Mojo, with what I just said? I messed up. Yeah, games are not apolitical. Maybe if you play Fallout 4, I change my mind. You want me to play Fallout 4? Is that it? This game is apolitical. This game has no politics whatsoever. Trust me. Do you trust me? Do you please trust me? No, the game is not American, hence political. Oh. Wait. How do you know this game is not secretly American? Isn't Japan basically just an American colony? That's horrible what I just said. It's true though. isn't it? Oh. Kill press. What does press do? Paint. Wait, what did Spain do again? Ah, yes. This is a very good skill, actually. I remember praising it last night. Actually, Japanese is political. Wait, I forgot what I'm supposed to think sometimes. It's okay. That's why you've got me. I'm here to tell you what to think and believe. That's a streamer's job. And politicians. I'm here to help. To tell you what to think, feel, believe, etc. No, I should have healed Ryu. I forget to heal too often. It's okay. Now is my chance. Drop cross, drop cross, drop cross. Ooh. Also, never mind, I cannot right now. Yeah, we're gonna kill at least 2 of them. Alright, that's good. That's a really good combo. I really like that. Lucy, what is your favorite apolitical anime? Solo Leveling, of course. I've watched a few episodes just today. The second season. Oh, that's an apolitical anime if you've ever seen one. Fresh meat. We're definitely doing better now than we did last night. Party. I'm not even sure Solo Leveling is a Japanese story. Oh no, it's a Korean story, but a Japanese studio adapted it into an anime. So it's a Japanese anime based on a Korean story. This is where we lost last night, actually. So we're actually doing far better than last night. Because this is actually where we lost. I'm pretty sure. So I'm definitely getting my revenge for last night now. cutting through them like butter. Wow. I've been building things this whole time in Valheim. Nice. We should play it a bit, but maybe after this. What has Dr. Jones been up to? Was Dr. Jones with you? Sometimes I read like Chinese comics, but I never really read Korean ones. Well, watch Solo Leveling. It's an adaptation of a Korean story. Oh, I'm already carrying too much, eh? What do I drop? This. And I use the HP plus on Nina. Let's take care of our colony. I tried watching Kami no To since I heard people like it a lot, but it wasn't that interesting. I mean, you will like Solo Leveling if you like a little bit of brainless action anime. Holy crap. Wiped out. I guess I should be careful. It's okay, I'll hire more. If ants die, I can always hire more. Right? It's fine. We can hire more ants. Or maybe this was when I died last night. Yeah, this was when I died last night. Dark side. I think fake Alec Kyle Parker abandoned me. I've been abandoned by fake Alec Kyle Parker. There we go. Don't move. I can watch. Okay, I read this already. All right. We're doing far better than last night. Last night we just died here miserably and I had 0 healing items. So that's an improvement. Definitely. Over what happened last night. Okay. Oh, you got him. You got him. Very unfortunate. Oh. Alright, let's kill it. That's it. Wait, I came back. Alright, we did it. No chodź, Fajdo, chodź, Fajdo. Fajdo. Wow, this is a long dungeon. Power meal. Not a contest. This is a huge dungeon. I feel like. Oh. Hmm. Okay, now we can do the rest of the dungeon. Finally. Holy crap. The wild swing is wild. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Treasure. Oh. Okay. That's fine. Let's see what the treasure chest has. Frag ball. Whose skill is that? Ooh. Hold on. Is this... Oh. A level 2 trap. Finally. Oh. That's not cool. I feel like I've lost everybody. But this is such a good game. Ooh. Well, you've got overpowered, like, armor now. Confused shroom. Got a new type of trap. Yes, that is what I needed. Ooh. More rooms. I think we're fine for now. %. Well, we've not been using the dragon transformation at all. If we make it through here, we'll be in the industrial zone. More rangers. Yeah, more weak rangers. This is a boss fight. We'll see if I'll be forced to use the dragon transformation here or not. You're not dead yet? I might be forced to use the transformation. How's your head feel? Hear any strange voices lately? You're done for, you know that? Ryu, 1/8192. In the course of your mission at Biocorp, you came into contact with a highly experimental test subject. As a result, you are having hallucinations. Hallucinations? Now you cooperate with rebels and show unusual attachment to an experiment, all due to your unstable state. He lies. Ryu, if you put down your weapon and come with us, we can help you. She lies. You still have time. We are actually far in the game now. She lies. Can't you just let us go? True. What? Are you serious? That experiment is top secret. Anyway, you're gonna die. We cannot let you leave. I'm sorry. You're not sorry. But whatever. So as you can see, this is basically the give up moment. I either use the dragon power or I will lose, most probably. These are very tough enemies. Or are they? I could try beating them without the power. I have a lot of healing items. He's almost dead. Yeah, they're healing. Okay, they're almost... Yeah. This was easier than I thought, actually. Actually pretty weak. And they're giving me a lot of money. I have to heal though, as fast as I can. Weak rangers. Third eye. That looks like a good skill. That's fair. Do whatever you need. Nina needs healing. Okay, that one's down. Those are very weak. Oh my gosh. Chodź, Fajdo, no chodź. Chodź. Fajdo. Chodź, Busiu, no chodź. No chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. Fajdo. Chodź do mnie, Busiu, no. No chodź. Fajdo. Chodź. Hej. Fajdo. Fajdo. WW1, no? No. Blech. One left. Here you are. Okay, this guy's almost done. I'll finish him with Ryu. Oh boy. I guess I will not be finishing with Ryu. Or maybe I will. This was tough on paper, but in reality it was very doable. I'm quite happy with this result. This is like killing the fleet trolls in a battle. It is the equivalent of that, I feel like. The dragon's power. I guess this is gonna be the boss battle. I'll heal up just in case. Logic dictates that this thing should be weak against electricity, but who knows? Who the hell knows? Wait, can this thing not move? Okay, this thing is tough as hell. This thing is tough. I want it. There we go. Take this. Huh. Okay, we are definitely denting this thing, so I will not have to use the Dragon Transformation once again. One could be tempted to use it here, but not me. We're doing very well. There's a high chance to just defeat this boss without any problems. Okay. This boss just happens to be an HP sponge. Oh, I have more to steal from this thing. Actually. Yeah, we're definitely damaging it. Whew. The damage is far better than I thought, so. This should give us a lot of XP, by the way. This should be an amazing XP. What does a generator do? You know the one. No, that not you that wants this. I've been muted. This experiment has linked with you, and now it infects your very will. No. No, I'm sorry, Ryu. But this is as far as you go. Oh my gosh, another fight. Actually, not that strong. Oops. Oh. Uh-huh. That's not that. You know what? I have to take care of the mages first. What? First the grunts, and then the brass. That's the rule. Fajdo, 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 chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. Chodź do mnie, Fajdusiu, chodź. No co? No chodź. Chodź. No chodź, chodź, hop, hop, hop. Chodź, chodź. Chodź, Fajdo, chodź. No chodź. Fajdo. Chodź. Fajdo. Chodź, Fajdusiu, chodź. Fajdo. Chodź się do mnie. Fajdo. 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 You're giving me this side eye. Of course. We're shaving her HP down, basically. Chodź. That power, it's too dangerous. It must be stopped. Too bad. No przynieśmy go. Chodź, Pajduciu, no chodź. On się denerwuje, że tam ludzie chodzą. Chodź. Chodź, Pajdusiu, chodź. No chodź. Whoa. Did you just die? Uh-oh. Okay, suddenly I'm in trouble. Uh-oh. I knew I would have gotten a token. Yeah, she has 2 turns. guess that's it for today's stream. I was so close to defeating this boss. Oh well. I messed up. It's okay. I'll get it tomorrow. Maybe. I guess I'm gonna raid you into somebody. Yep. What do I raid you into? Riverboat Jack.